Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Hello and welcome once again at the FIDE Grand Prix, but now we do have second leg and I'm honored to introduce you the commentator, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, now coming to our channel from Hikaru's channel. That's where he was commentating the first leg. Welcome, Benjamin, at the show.
Hello, Katie. Thanks for having me. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here and hosting this FIDE Grand Prix leg with you. So yeah, Hikaru won the first leg. He, of course, is doing very well so far. But yeah, can you talk a bit more about the format of the FIDE Grand Prix?
Let's do it. We do have 3 tournaments. This is our second tournament, and we do have 16 players divided into 4 groups, and they are going to play each other in every round. Then we do have double rounds, so they're going to play white and black, and then we're going to reach the knockout system very, very soon. We do have here prizes, prize fund, but also Grand Prix points, Benjamin. And let's talk a little bit about these points.
Yeah, so the winner of each FIDE Grand Prix picks up 13 points. So Hikaru, as we said, won the first leg of the Grand Prix in Berlin. So he has those 13 precious points. If you come in second, you pick up 10 points. The semifinalists pick up 7 points. And if you come in second in the group, you get 4. Third in the place gets 2 points. And if you come in last, you don't pick up any points. So let's talk about the standings real quick, Katie.
Yes, here for now, we can say the overall players here, 24 players. We do have 24 players competing in 3 tournaments. But for now, for one tournament, we just have only 16 players. And here we have the list of all of it. And you might see the other side here, a lot of zeros, but those players have not participated yet. They are going to play, and we have all of them now playing in this competition, except Ding Luren. We'll talk more about the participants, but let's now once again remind our viewers what is the prize fund. We do have 150 total prize fund. And Benjamin, 24,000 euro for the first place. This is a huge money.
Indeed, yeah. Besides the Grand Prix points, there's also prize money at stake. Indeed, as you mentioned, the first prize is 24,000 euros. But of course, the other places get paid as well. So even if you don't make it out of the group, there's still a lot to play for.
That's right. Very quickly, let's take a look at the cross tables. And here we have these 4 groups. Players are divided into 4 groups, and we can speculate a little bit who are the leaders in the group. However, it's going to be a really tough task for us and for the viewers to just name one player out of 4 in each group, right, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, it's going to be very exciting. I think if you want to have any chance of making it to the candidate tournament, you have to try to make it out of your group in the 2 Grand Prix that you play. But as you guys can see, all the groups are stacked. All of these guys are top grandmasters. So we're going to see a lot of exciting chess for sure.
That's right. Let's very quickly take a look at the matchups right now. So we do have some of the players who we have seen in the first leg, but we also have new faces here, not new faces, just new players for the Grand Prix, starting from Andrejken, who could not make it first leg as he had COVID, and also Sam Shankland gonna join this group. We do have Giri coming into the battle, as well as Amin Tabatabai in this group. Then we have in Group C, we have all those players who played already in the first leg. And in Group D here, we have all the new players, Benjamin, all the new players.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting day for sure, with lots of exciting matchups. And for more information, you can go to go.chess.com/FIDE-GP2022. And it's a special day today, you guys. You can join Hikaru and the chess community for a special marathon fundraiser in support of Ukraine. The stream will be filled with special guests and 2 Title Tuesday tournaments. Tune in and help raise money with your favorite chess streamers on twitch.tv/GMHikaru.
Yes, that's indeed a huge event happening right now. That's truly something huge that chess society can stand together and support the people who really need right now the support. But please don't go too long, because we're going to have now very soon first moves starting, and we're going to see a beautiful chess games. But don't forget to, before that, to go to chess.com and vote to the results, Benjamin. Everyone can vote.
Indeed, don't forget to vote on the result of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select the game, click vote, and guess the results. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss out.
Yes. That's what I actually gonna do right now at the break. We're going to take a very short break. Please don't go anywhere, because the first move's gonna start right after we come back. So see you shortly. We're back. This is FIDE Grand Prix second leg. This is Benjamin, I'm Katie, and we're waiting for the first moves. They're gonna start in a few minutes. But before that, we do have some time to take a overlook at the tournament and just do a little bit of predictions, Benjamin, of what can be the results and what can be the most of the first moves. We can also predict that one. And here we have now the groups. And we can see also the first game is going to happen between Alexander Grishuk and Dmitry Andrekin. Etienne Bacro against Sam Shankland in the first group.
Yeah, so lots of exciting matchups. One matchup that immediately caught my eye is the game between Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai in Group B. Anish is a rating favorite in Group B, and he's playing the lowest seed there. He's outrating him by almost 150 points, and he's playing with the white piece. So I'm sure he's looking to strike in that game. Also, I guess MVL with the white pieces against Predke, that is a big matchup for him as well. Because once again, the players have to win their groups to have a good chance of qualifying for the candidates tournament. So already a pretty critical matchup for Anish right there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this game can be the one which we can focus in for our first period of the time. Another group in the matches which catch my eyes is Group D. We do have Shahrir Mamadiro coming after a really successful Tarasil tournament, and now he's facing in the first game against Yu Yangi. A very interesting match, and also it's always good to have Maxim Vasiligrov in the competition. He's gonna play against Alexander Predke in the first game.
Yeah, so MVL, I don't think he's played classical chess in a little while, but he won the World Blitz Chess Championship in Poland, so he's definitely in good shape. Let's see how he will do in this tournament. But yeah, Group D is stacked. I mean, it has Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, MVL, also Yu Yang, who I believe is kind of underrated at 2,700, so to speak. I think he was like 2,750. So yeah, that is definitely a very, very tough group. It's hard to say who really is the favorite in that one. So what do you think about the other groups? Do you see any clear favorites there?
In the other groups, we have seen these players. They had quite interesting tournament in the first leg, and I'm talking about Group C. Richard Ruppert, Vidit Gujarati. We have Alexei Shirov, and we have also Vladimir Fedosiev. In here, they had nice tournament. Let's be honest, Shirov was struggling a little bit more than other players. It was quite a tough event, but we're gonna see what's gonna happen in here, and we do have first moves already, Benjamin. So very quickly, we'll take a look to all of us, and maybe we can have a bird's eye view to check it out. How many E4s and how many D4s we do have. That's always tempting to see. I see most of the E4s. I see most of the E4s, Benjamin.
Yeah, so it seems more games starting with 24. So yeah, let's see. We have the game here between Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai. So Anish opens up with the Italian game that's really become his favorite opening these days with the white pieces. So I'm curious to see how Tabatabai will play against it. Once again, he's had plenty of time to prepare. I guess something like Bishop C5 is what he is aiming for. And then Anish likes to play slowly with moves like castles, D3, C3, and just slowly improve the position. He's really an expert in this one. So what do you expect from this game?
I also don't really expect any fireworks in here. I think it will be a little bit calm game, and then Anish Giri will try to outplay his opponent, as we consider him, and he's obviously favored in this match. Amin Tabatabai has qualified to the Grand Prix from World Cup, and to be honest, I have not heard that he had played since World Cup, which was the last year. So this tournament is also quite challenging for many players to play over the board. You mentioned earlier about Maxim Vasiligrov, but they have played rapid and blitz championships, but not the overboard classical chess, right? So it's quite challenging for these players, obviously.
Indeed, yeah, there's a little less tournaments these days, also still of the pandemic. So yeah, some of them haven't played in a while, but especially for Tabatabai, we see he's rated 2640. He's a very strong grandmaster, of course, but playing against players like Giri in every round will be very, very tough and quite challenging for him for sure. So we see Anish starting off here with this move h3. Do you think that's do you think he has some sort of move order trick in mind?
Yeah, this is something that we don't really expect here to play this move because, there is not this 6 bishop g4 threat yet. I was thinking maybe he wants to play bishop e3 and to avoid any kind of knight jumps, or he just wants to make his opponent confused. That can be also an option. But look at Tabatabai, he's not going to spend any time. He's well prepared and he goes to control the center right away, and he plays d5. And it seems like Giri has to make a decision because can he play move b3 or b5 here?
Yeah, well, Anish has captured on d5. So the move d5 is a bit more forcing. Black wants to try to get more control of the center. However, very often in these types of positions, the pawn on e5 becomes quite vulnerable, and white can easily tackle with moves like rook to e1. So I think generally if black can consolidate, he's doing quite fine because he has a little bit more space in the center. However, white has a lot of dynamic possibilities here, as we mentioned, the move rook e1, sometimes knight e2 and knight e4. So it will be very interesting to see who will be the better prepared player in this variation.
Yeah, wow, that's going to be a really, really interesting option. What black can do here? What's the black's main idea in here? Besides the fact that the bishop probably needs to be developed on e6 or on f5, is black going to start some kingside attack?
But possibly, yeah, sometimes. So let's say white goes rook to e1, black has to decide whether he wants to go f6. In some cases, black also goes rook e8. That's also a good move. And black can decide whether, once again, he puts the pawn on f6 or maybe plays a bit more aggressively by putting the pawn on f5. And then, yeah, white has the option sometimes of going c3 and b4, gaining space on that side of the board. So it will be a very interesting strategic battle for sure. And I'm a little bit surprised that Anish is thinking here because he's known to be one of the best theoreticians in the world. Usually he knows like everything of every single line. So I guess he's just trying to remember his preparation here.
Yeah, it can be the reason. And right now I'm looking at the opening book, and white has here a number of the moves. Seems like c3 is the most played, as well as rook e1, which we have shown. Those are two moves, and maybe he has something else here. Maybe he has something else, and he wants to just recall all the lines.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, this one, I guess we'll have to wait for more moves. Is there another game that has caught your attention?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to check. Let's now take a look at the birdside view and take a look what we want to see. Looks like pretty much all the theoretical positions, right, Benjamin?
Yeah, one game that caught my eye right away was the game between Yu Yangyi and Shakhriyar Mamedov. We see Yu Yangyi going for this line in the Scotch where white goes for a very quick h4. What do you make of that opening decision by Yu Yangyi?
All right, h4 here. That's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I just want to check how many games have been played here after h4. And here instead of h4, usually white goes here c4 to attack the knight and chase this knight back. And h4 seems to be not as popular as c4. But honestly, I have seen some of the rook leaves on the third line. The rook might come over here.
Indeed, the rook might come out at h3. Also, in some variations, white wants to go for a very quick bishop to g5, hitting the queen. So this move, this move h4 is pretty interesting. Black has a lot of options here. I believe black can play a move like d6. Black can play moves like g6. It's really black's choice here as to how he wants to proceed. But after any move, the game is going to become pretty sharp. And given the fact that Yu Yangyi is probably in his preparation and Shakhriyar might be taken out of his prep here, it's definitely a good sign for Yu Yangyi.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting moves are now coming up with bishop g5. And you have to make your choice either to move the queen, and he goes queen e6. And actually, I saw what engine suggested there was queen e6, and I don't really understand why queen e6 here. This is so strange. But first you play with the queen, then you play with the queen again. Like you spent 2 moves by the queen. Why he's doing this, Benjamin?
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess he wants to be able to develop the bishop on f8 with the queen on e7. The bishop was blocked in. It can come out of c5 in some cases. Right. So let's see how Yu Yangyi will continue from here. Maybe move like g3 to go bishop h3, hit the queen, go for quick development. But I'm sure we'll see how his preparation will unfold in a moment.
Yeah, this game it can be very interesting, as it's sort of like already they started with a lot of not the main line, and with a lot of interesting threats. So this is the game. Let me very quickly refresh it. And white is taking his time now.
Indeed, yeah. So that's going to be a very interesting game for sure. So let's have a look at the bird's eye view again. So is there another game that has caught your attention?
There is this game, Etienne Bacros, Sam Shankland. I know this is quite it's a theory, but a very unusual thing. Like you play first bishop on b5, then you play bishop a4 without black threatening you to go this move. And I know that lately this become very modern and very popular, and white likes to play this kind of setup. So let's talk a little bit about this structure.
Indeed, yeah. So the move bishop a4 might seem very odd, but the idea behind is that white wants to keep the option open of whether he wants to play c3 or c4 and go for more of a Maroczy bind. It's good to point out that if black plays the move a6, you cannot play a move like rook to e1, because black goes b5, hitting your bishop. The bishop has to drop back to b3, and then after c4, it is trapped. So I think the main move after a6 is the move c4. And once again, white wants to follow with knight to c3 and d4 and grab control over a lot of squares. So it will be interesting to see how what Sam Shankland has prepared here.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Maybe he just tries to ignore this bishop and the queen side and develops his bishop from g6 and g7, or e6 and then e7. As anyway, white's plan is to push this pawn either c3 or c4 and then just to get the center. I played these positions myself, and I know that I'm not strong on the queen side, and I will never achieve anything on the queen side. And I better take care of my king, not to be under some attack and some threats in here.
Indeed, yeah, black could capture the pawn on e4, but that generally is quite tricky. I think white follows up with something like rook to e1. The knight has to go back to f6, and then white opens up with d4. And given the fact that, as you mentioned, the black king is still in the center, this is pretty risky. Just to illustrate, if black trades on d4, I think white recaptures with the knight, and very quickly white is going to go knight to f5 with a lot of threats.
So, oh, that's a beautiful one. Let's demonstrate it. a6, knight f5, and now the threat is so serious that it can be checkmated in just one move. Yeah, there's going to be some funny line over here.
Indeed. Yeah. So let's see what Sam will do in this position. I doubt that he will take the pawn on e4. I think the main moves are a6 or e6 from black, and in either case, we'll have a very interesting strategic fight.
Yeah, that's right. So after e6, white might try to either play c3 and c4. But in this case, maybe now black can start to grab the pawn on e4.
Yeah, I think after c3, black does capture the pawn on e4 because black has made this developing move. E6, so now he can go bishop e7, castles a bit faster. So I think after e6, black generally, white generally goes rook to e1, defending that pawn, and then follows up with c3 or c4 and builds the big center later on.
All right. Yeah, black is taking his time. Wow, black took quite a lot of time here at the opening. Look at his clock. He's down to 1 hour and 23 minutes. Let's once again remind our viewers what's the time control. We do have a classical time control over here, and the players have 90 minutes. For 40 moves, and after 40 moves they're going to have an increment of 30 minutes, and they do have increment of 30 seconds from the very first move. But you know, Benjamin, sometimes when you take too much time in the opening, it might be really bad afterwards, because you know you will need the time at some point in the end game or in the middle game. I forgot that word. And it's always good to divide it. I don't know what you think about this topic, but Sam probably flew all the way from USA to Europe, and he might not fully feels like to fit in this schedule and the schedule of the tournament. What do you think about this? It can affect him and his play?
Yeah, there will definitely be a shift in time zone for Sam. I think he's living in California. So if he goes to Europe, there might be a 9-hour time difference. So that definitely takes getting used to. Hikaru talked about this as well. So he probably went a couple days before the tournament to get accustomed to the time zone. Actually, as we speak, he has played the move a6. But as you mentioned, yeah, it is a classical game, so the players can take more time than in rapid chess or blitz chess, which is what we see a lot here on chess.com. But indeed, you don't want to take too long, because then later on in the game, it is likely that you will make mistakes because you don't have a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, unless you are Alexander Grishchuk, who likes to spend some of his time on the clock. Benjamin, let's take once again the bird's-eye view on the screen, because I see something very interesting happening in the game Hari Krishna against Vityugov. Look at this setup.
Right, so white went for a very quick queen to d3, it seems, against the Sicilian 4 knights. So let's pull it up real quick. So after knight to c6, the main moves here for white have always been knight d to b5 or knight takes c6. But Hare Krishna comes up with this very interesting move, queen to d3, which I, to be honest, have not seen yet. Vityugov strikes in the center with the move d5, and after Hare Krishna takes the pawn, Vityugov goes knight to b4, hitting the queen on d3 and the pawn on d5, and queen g3, bishop c5. Very interesting, because if the knight moves, there's knight takes c2 with a check on the king, and you can pick up the rook in the corner. So how do you think this game is, what do you make of this game so far?
Wow, that's very interesting. And if you make some developing move and also guarding the knight, you will just fall for the same, and now on top of it another piece is hanging in the center. So how white should play? Is it long castle? Oh no, the bishop is here. Long castle is impossible. Oh wow, this is interesting. This is very interesting.
Yeah, it's a good question as to what white should play after the move bishop c5.
There is sorry to disrupt. Maybe knight b5 or knight d2, just to guard the knight with the knight. So after capturing, another knight will come on d4. For instance, knight b5, bishop takes, and knight takes, and this pawn is not hanging.
Yeah, no, that makes sense for sure. White can maybe also throw in bishop b5 check, going for a counterattack. But yeah, very interesting game as early as what move are we on even? Like move
this is move
8 already.
8. This is move 8. Wow, this is very, very, very interesting. And you know, if white goes with g7 pawn, this is very bad decision as rook now is hanging, but rook g8 attacks the queen. And now black is free to capture this knight. So this loses a game, and we will not see that for sure. What else white can play here? Is there a move like a3 to counter attack the knight on b4?
Yeah, a3 makes a lot of sense as well, because once again, you cannot move your knight on d4, so then maybe it makes sense to create a counterattack. If black captures that knight on d4, we take the knight on b4, and white should be doing fine here. And if black moves the knight from b4, then we can move our knight on d4 and don't have to worry about knight takes c2.
Right.
So yeah, this game is heating up for sure. I saw, by the way, in the game of Anish Giri, he has played a very interesting move. He went for the move b4. What do you make of this?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Hold on. It looks so different position. Let's go a little bit back. So this is the last time we checked. So he goes for knight bd2. This is not one of the main lines. And remember, Benjamin, we were talking about this, that rook e1 and c3 is the main lines here. But we thought that maybe he has something. And in his home preparation, he goes knight bd2. And after bishop e6, knight e4, hitting the bishop. And now b4. What's that? It's hanging.
Yeah,
Twice.
do you think this is still his preparation? I mean, he is taking a little bit of time, but 1:28 on the clock still signals that he's still playing pretty fast. And I mean, you don't make a move like b4 if you don't know the position, right?
We all know that Anish Giri is always well prepared and he's quite a good theoretician. I believe this is his home preparation.
I guess so, yeah. So what do you think? Do you think black should take with the d knight or with the c knight, or just don't take the pawn at all?
Yeah, I think the last option would be the best here, because let's take a look. If knight c takes on b4, this pawn is hanging, right? Can white just simply take it back?
Right. So white could maybe take the knight, take the pawn on e5, but I guess black has bishop to d4, hitting the knight on e5 and the rook on a1 in the corner. But maybe Anish has some other intentions, like let's say knight f to g5 to hit the bishop on e6, and now he can bring in the queen to h5 to go for some sort of attack.
Oh, sorry, the other knight, this one. Oh, I love this. I love this idea.
Indeed. So maybe that makes sense. And what happens if Tabatabai takes with the d knight? Is that an option, or will it be too risky if white trades on e6?
After seeing what you suggested, I think bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight g5 would be very nice counterplay on the king side, as now pawn is hanging, queen can come on h5. And you know what? White can also try to pin this knight by bishop a3, as knight cannot go back, and you threaten a c3 move. So it's a lot of ideas here for white.
Yeah, white has lots of attacking ideas. So yeah, it must be kind of risky for Tabatabai to take the pawn, especially given the fact that Anish is still playing fairly quickly here. And I wonder if maybe Anish took a little bit of time in the opening to try to, you know, trick Tabatabai as to making him think like, is Anish still in his preparation or is he out of book? So those are all sorts of things that Tabatabai has to consider before capturing that pawn on b4.
Right, and how this works, Benjamin, when you play against strong opponent and plays really not very fast, but still don't lose too much of the time. You trust them, right? And you think it's not a blunder, but it's a sacrifice, and you just trust your opponent in that way.
Generally, yes, yeah. So let's see whether he will take the pawn. I mean, if he doesn't take the pawn, I guess b5 is a threat from white to hit the knight, and if the knight moves, then the pawn e5 starts hanging. So then maybe a move like a6 will come to mind. However, I guess then white should be happy to gain a bit more space on the queen side, right?
Like e4, for instance. Push this
I like
pawn.
b4. Right,
Yeah.
that is a nice move for sure. So, all right, so we've talked about this game already quite a bit. Is there maybe another game that um comes that has caught your attention?
Yeah, let's take once again the bird side view and check what is happening if we have something interesting. Also, our viewers on Twitch chat and YouTube chat can suggest the games, and we will go right away if something interesting is happening there. Um, yeah, a lot of them look so interesting to me.
Right. So let's see. I think the game between so this game between Vidit and Sheriff is just starting out. But
Mhm.
Vidit went for this sideline against a knight with the move Queen D3 on move 6. White can really do anything on move 6. The main moves have always been like Bishop E3, Bishop G5, but Queen D3
Mhm.
also possible. And Sheriff answered with the move Knight B to D7, and Vidit played Bishop E2. So how do you think Sheriff should proceed in this position?
What he can do is g6 and try to develop this bishop here on this diagonal and to play that kind of Sicilian opening. I doubt he can go now with e5 because the knight comes on f5 and this might be hanging. He can also just go with calm move like e6. Those pawns are controlling the center and develop this bishop on e7 and castle in this way. I think two main. Oh, he goes b5. He goes b5. He's just delays the king side development, and he wants to get more space on the queen side. That's also quite interesting approach of the game.
Yeah, he wants to develop the bishop to b7, and I guess he wants to keep his options open as to where he wants to develop the bishop on f8. He can go g6, bishop g7, put it on the long diagonal, or e6, bishop e7, as you mentioned. And either way, Black should have a pretty decent position. I think this will be a very interesting game for sure, where both sides will have plenty of chances.
Yes, yes, and this kind of approach here, what Churro is doing, he wants to first just decide the problem of the light square bishop in here, but after bishop e7, it's gonna also hit this pawn and ask white to somehow guard this pawn either with f3 or either with a3 just to stop this pawn coming from b4. And after white makes the pawn moves, the pawn structure will be changed a little bit, and then maybe he can decide where to develop his dark square bishop.
For sure. Yeah, so this game is going to be interesting for sure. So let's see, are there any other games that look interesting to you?
Yeah, one last thing I was just thinking before we go to the other game. The idea of queen d3 is that to bring this queen on g3 to stop Black's development at some point, because if it's so, then this move b5 pretty much forces white to play f3 and to cut this queen coming on g3, because bishop b7 and queen knight c5 also hits the pawn. And earlier I mentioned a3 move. I don't think this move saves the pawn on e4 anymore.
Yeah, you make a very good point. I think White's main idea is very often to go queen g3 and put pressure on the king side. However, yeah, as Black has delayed the move e6, if the queen comes to g3, maybe Black can just go g6, bishop g7, and he never has to worry about that pawn hanging. So I think you make a very good point about what Sheriff is trying to do here.
Yeah, this is the position we have right now. Maybe we can very quickly take a look of all the games we have not covered yet, and for instance, go in the game of Alexander Grishuk and Dmitry Andreikin. Here we have another Sicilian position.
Yeah, so Grishuk came third in his group in the very first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. So if he wants to have any chances of qualifying to the candidates tournament, I think he has to win this leg of the Grand Prix. So we see him playing very aggressively here with the white pieces against Dmitry Andreikin. So I think I kind of like White's position. He has more space in the center. He can continue with moves like g4, g5 later on. And the question is, what is Black gonna do? What do you think?
Black can try to play this knight a5, knight c4. This c4 square seems very good for the knight, and also this queen c7 supports the knight to get on c4. So why Black gonna like lost to tempo and get on c4 square? Because it hits the bishop, the pawn over here, and somehow White has to give up one of his bishops in most of the positions. And you know what? In many of Sicilian positions, Black is not in hurry to castle on the short side, because, as you mentioned, this attack on the king side can be really brutal for Black. So I think he will wait a little bit here in the center, and instead he will play on the queen side with knight a5, or just like Shirov did with b5, and just develop the pieces first on the queen side. What do you think?
You make a very good point. I think he's indeed gonna wait with the king in the center, and then decide later on if he wants to keep it there longer, or eventually go kingside castle. I think queenside castles is kind of out of the question, and I think it's quite likely that Grishuk will go for queenside castles, especially if he's gonna go g4, g5. But sure, but kingside castles is not out of the question at all. So I guess we'll just have to wait for more moves. But this one is heating up for sure. One game that we haven't looked at yet is the game between Richard Rapport and Vladimir Fedoseev. They had something similar in the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. So what do you think of the position they currently have on the board?
This is so interesting. Also in the first leg, as I remember, they played in the same group, right? Or not? Fedoseev was in the group of Ding Luren's replacement, Radoslav Wojtaszek, and they had indeed amazing match. And then I think they faced each other. Robert started so slowly that leg. Let's see what he's gonna do in the second leg. But seems like he's going with the theoretical line here. I believe this is Nimzo-Indian, with starting with knight c3. And here we have this line of queen c2, one of the main lines. And it seems like they are going to the main line, right, Benjamin?
Yeah, this is one of the main lines in the Nimzo-Indian. So White has the two bishops. However, Black has a lead in development. White still has to get castle, develop the bishop on e2, and go kingside castle. And that is not that easy, because where do you go with the knight? Right, so it will be a very interesting strategic battle for sure. White very often goes queen c2, so the knight can come to c3, and then White can develop the bishop and get castle. But still, White would have to spend a move on f2, f3, because if he goes bishop e2 right away, he would hang that pawn on g2. And as you mentioned, Richard started a bit slowly in Berlin, but eventually, by a miracle, really, he made it out of the group. And given the fact that he made it to the semifinals, he still has good chances of qualifying for the candidate tournament, but he needs to do well in this leg of the Grand Prix as well. I think he needs to reach the semifinals at the very least. But with all that being said and done, I think we're going to take our very first break of today. But don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix Leg 2. I'm Katie, this is Benjamin, and we have just started the first round, and we have very beginning of all the games, Benjamin. And let's take a look once again our bird's-eye view and check out if we have some interesting positions yet.
Yeah, for sure. I think one game we haven't looked at, we can see at it in the bottom right corner. It's the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Alexander Predke in Group D. So let's go to that one. Here we have I guess it's a Breyer defense. Maybe you can take us through the opening moves. So it started off
Brian defense?
Breyer. Breyer.
Okay.
So it's this move, knight b8, and then knight comes back to d7.
Okay. Let's very quickly take a look at the opening here, as we have like few moves in here. So we can check what is the opening that you are referring here.
Right. So it started off as a Ruy Lopez. So it was actually rook e8, the move that Predke chose. So Maxim played d4. And then bishop b7. So it was actually a Zaitsev, but after a couple more moves, so after knight bd2, black played bishop f8, white played a3, and then after h6, bishop c2 by white, black played knight b8. So it kind of started looking a little bit like a Breyer with the move knight b8. The knight, it looks like a very weird move, right? Why would you undevelop your knight? However, the knight comes to d7, where it's a bit more flexible. It opens up the bishop on b7 to always put a lot of pressure on the pawn on e4, and more moves have been made. So, Caddy, what happened after Predke played the move knight b8?
Yeah, then he decided to develop this knight on d7, as we mentioned, and rook on c8. I have seen some games with c5 as well, where black pushes this central pawn. This is a little bit unusual. First, he developed the rook on c8, and after a4, now he goes with rook b8. And to me, the main question is like this move ab is so obvious, and why he brought the rook to b8 and not to rook a8? Is not this the only open file that white controls right now? Why he did not really fight for the open file?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, white should be a little bit better here. And after the move bishop d3, hitting the pawn on b5, Predke struck in the center with the move d5. So what do you think? Like, how should MVL continue here? Should he take on e5? Should he take on d5? There's a lot of options here.
A lot of options here. Maybe we can take a look first at bishop b5 if MVL decides to capture this pawn. And earlier I just questioned about this rook being on b file. Maybe that's black's idea, to have the rook over here on the b file, not to hang this pawn at some point.
Indeed, yeah, white could take the pawn on b5, but I guess Predke wants to take the pawn on e4, and black should be doing fine there. I guess white needs to take on e5, then Predke probably wants to take with the knight, and after the trade, then after rook to c5, black has a pretty active position, so he shouldn't really have anything to worry about. So maybe MVL should trade on either e5 or d5. Which one looks better to you?
Okay, let's see this after d5. Seems like one move can be followed by the other move to me, because otherwise, let's just make one move. Like for instance, this one, d takes e5, that allows black to jump with a knight here. The bishop is hanging, and now white probably has to take this knight to get rid of the central knight over here. And now, you know, I have a thought that the white can't really hold this pawn here. Unless there is some crazy move like c4.
Yeah, maybe c4 hitting the rook. So the rook's on attack. I don't know, like if the rook moves, I guess white takes on d5. So maybe black has to go for a move like d4 because this position looks good for white. So yeah, it will be very interesting for sure as to what MVL will do. He can also take on d5, I guess. If white takes on d5, so what does black do there? Does he just recapture with the, because if he takes with the bishop, maybe there's knight takes e5 and white wins a pawn there.
How about knight d5, Benjamin, to jump the knight on f4 next move and attack the bishop?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. I guess white takes with the pawn on e5, and if knight f4, then we go bishop f1, and black kind of has to prove that he has enough compensation.
Yeah, black cannot really capture this pawn back. This seems very interesting, and that's a very good point, as you mentioned, knight's pawn takes on e5, because if these knights are off the board in very same position, then black can try to jump with this queen on g5, and look at this, bishop being so active on this diagonal, knight being in here, we might see some sort of sacrifices on the king side.
Yeah, black has a lot of tactics there, so that's why I think taking with the pawn is probably better than taking with the knight. MVL must be calculating all of that. We see he's down 20 minutes on the clock, but that's not really an issue just yet, because in classical chess, the more important thing is the position on the board. So it will be interesting to see what he will come up with. Are there any other games that we haven't had a look at yet, but that are still very interesting?
I think we have not checked the game of Hare Krishna Vitigov, or we have. Let's take a bird's eye view once again and check it out. No, we have seen that position earlier, but we have a bit of changes.
Right. Yeah, we had a very quick look. So after bishop so a3 was played, the move that you suggested. Black took on d5, and after knight takes d5, white played bishop b5 check. The king went to f8, stepping out of the check and defending that pawn on g7. And here Hare Krishna played the move knight d to e2. And Vichukov played the move bishop d7. So I think the position should be more or less balanced. Black's pieces look pretty active. However, he does have that king on f8, which is always a little bit annoying. Like, how are you going to continue your development, right? Because if you go g6 to go king g7, white goes bishop h6 check, which is really annoying. And otherwise, I don't see how you're going to get the rook on h8 into the game.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Another way to artificial castle on the side is h6 and king g8, king h7, which also takes quite some time, at least like 3 more moves. And white can be really happy with that too, as white might start to bring more pieces on the king side and start to attack this king. One little note I would like here to show to our viewers, like, I was really questioning why king f8, like why black went to this position to then struggle to find the spot for a king and not bishop d7. And I believe here the idea is to trade the knights. If you take this with a knight, then queen g7 makes sense. There's no rook g8 anymore, and white can continue to do a trade, bring this knight as the safe place in castle, and white has an extra pawn. If black takes with a pawn, this additionally opens up more files, right? So white can try to be very sneaky in here in this position, and start to attack this king over here.
Yeah, it's a very good point that you make, that white should first trade the knights on d5 before taking the pawn on g7. So yeah, that's why king f8 was played by Vichukov. Not a move he really wanted to make, I guess, but a move he had to make, right? Because otherwise he would have to sacrifice a pawn. And we see that after bishop d7, Hare Krishna traded on d7. And I guess in this position, to me, castles looks very, very natural for white. And I would think that white is still a tiny bit better due to the one problem black has that we mentioned, the king on f8, which is not easy, which is not an easy problem to solve.
that's right. That's not easy to solve. G6, I think we should not really consider this after bishop h6. This rook will be stuck in here forever. We can predict move like h6 or even h5 here to be even more active with some extra ideas to push h4. Oh, I like this move, Benjamin. Look at this h5. You get more space on the king side. You threaten these moves, sometimes these moves too. And after h5, now you can push g6 and king g7, and h6 square is controlled by the rook.
Oh, that's a very nice idea. Yeah, I guess h5 makes a lot of sense from Vichugov. Maybe in some cases that rook can also activate itself if it comes to h6 or maybe h5 after black pushes the pawn even further to h4. So I really like that move that you suggested. But yeah, I guess in either way, he still has some issues to solve. We see that Hare Krishna he hasn't castled yet. He's still thinking, but castles does look like the most natural move.
Yeah, in this position, we have trade. What else he can consider in here?
Maybe go for queenside castles.
Like yeah, that's what I wanted to suggest in a nice way. But then I am struggling to find the square for the bishop, you know, because after even bishop g5, there might be some move like h6. And bishop d2 looks quite passive here.
Yeah, and I agree with what you were saying. So yeah, I really prefer short castles here for white, and then maybe follow with a move like rook to d1, putting pressure on a d file, because that's where the black queen is located. And yeah, once again, black definitely has some practical problems to solve here. So if Vichugov is not out of the woods just yet, however, he is up 20 minutes on the clock, so I guess he might be slightly more comfortable with the position than Hare Krishna. So with all that being said, is there another game that you want to have a look at?
Okay, let's bring the bird side view and take a look all the games we have. And Benjamin, this is the first round, but at some point we're gonna have only few boards left, and in the end we're gonna have only one game. So let's take this opportunity and check out all the games together. I don't know. There was no moves in the game of Giri. Oh, we have a move in the game of Giri and Tapatabai. It's the corner on the top corner. So he decided to capture the pawn with d5 knight. So maybe we can take a look once again.
He took with the d knight on b4. So now let's see what Giri will do. I guess he should trade on e6 and knight fg5, hitting the pawn on e6. Then a queen can come out of h5 with a lot of annoying threats here. Because I guess if you go, maybe you have to go queen d7 to defend the pawn on e6. And if white goes queen h5, you still have g6, in which case you still defend the pawn on h7. So yeah, white has a lot of initiative, but there's no clear way, I guess, to take advantage of the fact that black just took the pawn on b4.
Right. Is the move bishop e6 now like pre-move? Because obviously white doesn't want to allow bishop c4, d takes c4, and then queen trade. Like sacrifice an pawn and then trade two more pieces would not be white's scenario for sure. So this seems to be pretty much forced for white. And now knight g5 or bishop a3. I still like this move to pin the knight and to try to win an exchange.
Yeah, I like bishop a3 as well. I guess black has to go somewhere with the rook, maybe the e8. Once again, you have to step out of that diagonal. So after c3, you can just move the knight. But white has a lot of tactical possibilities. As you mentioned with the move bishop a3, knight fg5, all those moves are really, really annoying.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just starting to think bishop e6 fe just happened. I'm starting to think after a move like knight g5, if there can be some sort of sacrifices and then check and then knight g5. This is very risky and it requires a calculation, and of course white will not go in this line without a deep calculation for sure. But what do you think about it?
Yeah, this one looks pretty dangerous for black for sure. So Tabatabai will also have to consider all of these lines. I guess in this position, he probably still has to move g6, so he can go queen to g7. But yeah, lots of complicated lines to consider here for sure. And we see Anish thinking here, so that kind of tells me that he doesn't know the position, that he hasn't prepared the position.
Yeah. Or he's bluffing the opponent. No, I'm coming up with moves right now on the board, so to make the opponent believe that it's fine, it's fine. But look at the time. Look at the time here of Tabatabai. He was not ready for this. He was not ready for this opening for sure, because he's down to 53 minutes at this position.
Right. So yeah, this one is heating up for sure. And let's see what other games. So we have also more moves in the game between Yu Youngi and Shakhriyar Momicharov.
Yeah, that's the game we do have in the yeah, it's on the bottom board. So we have queens off the board, and the question here comes to my head: is this pawn a weakness here without queens? Can black try to take some advantage on it? Like, for instance, takes rook e4 now, straight away attacks the pawn and the bishop. And, you know, I don't know, I would be scared to open up to allow black's rook to get on this file. Even if it's an end game, black can start to make some threats with bishop d6 and bishop h2. So here white has to move, and this is something that white has to take into the consideration, right?
Indeed, yeah, I was thinking actually a move that looks very natural here is the move bishop f4 to attack the pawn on c7. However, I think that would be quite a serious mistake, because here black trades on c4, and if white recaptures, all of a sudden there's rook e4 with a double attack on the bishop on c4 and the bishop on f4. And I think white is just losing the game here, so that is not something you want to do. So then where do you develop the bishop? Maybe to g5 or d2. But in either case, I guess black should be fine here because he has a lot of activity.
Yeah, that's right. It seems that black is just fine in here. Can also start something like knight g4 moves, and you know, you can never kick this knight from g4, and just increasing the pressure on f2. It can be good for black.
Right. Yeah, I guess knight g4 is also a nice move, putting pressure on the pawn on f2. But with all that being said, the viewers might have noticed that the Russian flags are not showing. Chess.com put out a statement today. Following the FIDE Council decision, Chess.com will not be displaying the flags of Russia and Belarus in broadcast and coverage of official FIDE events. So you guys can read the statement here.
All right, and this statement is now out and open for all the readers. At Twitter, you guys can visit chess.com Twitter account and read it out, the Chess.com statement. And you can also check out appearance of Danny Range at Hikaru's today's stream. They will talk more about this statement. And this is actually happening right now, and it's going to happen all the day today, Benjamin.
Yeah, Hikaru is having a very special stream, so you can join Hikaru and the chess community for a special marathon fundraiser in support of Ukraine. The stream will be filled with special guests and 2 Title Tuesday tournaments. Tune in and help raise money with your favorite chess streamers on twitch.tv/GM Hikaru.
Yeah, that is truly something that chess community stands together. That's something that we can be all proud of. But right now we do have a very beginning of the first round of the Grand Prix second leg. These players are competing the very strong tournament to get themselves at the candidates tournament, which will happen this year in Madrid in June. And you know what, we do have only the last 2 spots at the candidates tournament. And Benjamin, we have the stars playing in here very strong grandmasters, and no one has guaranteed the spot yet. We know that Hikaru won the first leg. He is now the leader of the Grand Prix legs, all the legs, as he's having most of the points. And you know, all these players now have to fight for the first place. And Benjamin, many of these players have the last chance, as out of 3 tournaments, they can only play 2 legs, and this is their second leg.
Yeah, indeed. So as you mentioned, yeah, Hikaru has had a very good start. He's leading the FIDE Grand Prix. However, he is not there just yet. He will need to perform well in the third leg as well. I think for someone like Rapport, who made it to the semis, he really has to do well in this one. If he gets stuck in a group, it's unlikely that he will make it to the candidates tournament. It will also be very interesting to see how players like Anish Giri will do in their very first appearance in the FIDE Grand Prix. But as you mentioned, for some of the players, this is their last chance. For example, Alexander Grishuk, right? He came in third in their group. So if he wants to have any chances, he needs to win this one, but it might not even be enough. So yeah, some players will already have no chances whatsoever anymore after this like of the FIDE Grand Prix.
Yes, but as we have the prizes are quite nice prizes at this event. This can be also the reason for the players to compete and try their best and win it. So now let's take a look at the game of Hare Krishna and Vitugo. We have not covered it for the last moves, and we do have now knight captures on d5 instead of castle. Hold on, what's that? And look at the bar going all the way down.
Yeah, so after knight takes d5 looks like a very natural move, but indeed, as you mentioned, the bar went all the way down. So let's think why that would be a bad move. I guess he just only considered the move queen takes d5 and knight takes d5, but is there the move knight e4, which hits the queen on g3 and the pawn on f2, and you can always recapture the knight on d5 later on. So what does he do here? Because the knight on d5 doesn't have an attack on the queen on d7. Right, so he has to move the queen, and let's say the queen goes to f3. We just go, I guess, bishop takes f2. The king moves over, and after queen takes d5, black should be more or less winning because black's up a pawn. Also, the king on f1 is in very bad shape. So, and knight e4 is on the board. This is a terrible blunder, it seems, by Hare Krishna.
It is a blunder. It is a blunder. I don't really believe it's a calculation, and there is something somewhere in the line. It's purely the blunder. And sometimes, you know, when you have 2 moves, for sure he was considering short castle here, and then he probably disliked something like maybe knight c3. So first he decided to himself capture this knight, and he purely missed this knight e4 move. And this is not the situation. Hare Krishna is happy now. It's just the start of the game, Benjamin, and they both have more than 1 hour on the clock, and already this position is quite crucial for white.
Yeah, tough start it seems for Hare Krishna. We thought that after a short castle he would have had a slight advantage, but now after knight d5 and knight e4, I don't see it. Like, what does white do here? I mean, this could easily turn out to be very bad for white because, I mean, as we mentioned, if you move the queen, let's say the f3 or the d3, black is just going to capture that pawn on f2 with a check. The king moves over, and then you recapture on d5, and it looks very, very good for black. Up a pawn, also the king on f1 will probably come under a lot of fire. So yeah, this looks like a very bad mistake by Hare Krishna.
Yeah, it can be a blunder. And here in this position, black can take by the queen, or black for sure will keep a queen on the board, as this king on f1 is really weak compared to the king on f8. So he will for sure keep these queens on the board. There seems not to be any alternatives here after knight e4, something like queen c7 to try to trade the queens. This can actually get even worse for white.
Yeah, it seems like Hare Krishna is in a very tough position. We'll see what he will come up with to try to fight back. We'll just have to wait for more moves. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we're going to go on a very, very short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with $150,000 prize finals in late August. It all gets going at 9 a.m. Pacific on the weekend of Saturday, February 12th, right here on chess.com.
Right, that is truly one of the best events you can watch, and I have seen you, Benjamin, covering it, and seems to be quite exciting tournament, right?
Yeah, it's a very exciting tournament for sure. I was lucky enough to be given a wild card, and yeah, it's a true pleasure to be competing against the very best players in the world, but also to watch them. We see Fabiano Caruana playing every week. He's doing great. Also, Hikaru Nakamura, he lost the format. Also, Anish Giri. So once again, it's just great seeing all these players compete in a faster format. But still, it being rapid, there's still a lot of high quality chess. And it's awesome that this event is happening every single week.
Yeah, truly nice event. But here we are in the at the FIDE Grand Prix 2022. Second leg and the first round, just very beginning of the tournament. We can't even predict who can go to the finals and who is the leader, because those grandmasters truly deserve this spot at the Grand Prix. Benjamin, I suggest to bring back the game that we started, is Hare Krishna and Vitigov, as Hare Krishna is taking his time. He's down to 50 minutes. He has quite a crucial situation. The queen is hanging on g3 and the pawn is hanging on f2, and black's next two moves are pretty obvious, and white has to find out where to bring this queen now.
Yeah, so it seems like he has just blundered on the last move with knight takes d5. He probably only considered queen takes d5 and knight takes d5. But as it so often happens, I'm sure that as soon as he played knight takes d5, he must have realized, oh shoot, black has this move knight e4, hitting the queen and the pawn on f2, and what am I gonna do, right? He has to move the queen now. Black will take on f2, intermezzo check, and after white moves the queen, only then black will recapture the knight on d5, and black should have been great. Once again, black's king on f8 feels pretty safe. The white king, whether it will go to f1 or d1, will feel pretty unsafe, and black's up a pawn, so black once again should be doing great there.
Yeah, right. Can black also capture the pawn f2 by the knight to double attack those pieces? It seems also quite interesting, although the engine not really can make up the mind. Sometimes goes up, sometimes goes down, but this also seems to me the move that black can consider to play.
Right, but instead of all that, after move 94, he has played the move queen to b3. I guess black just to me, bishop takes f2 looks like the only move now, right? You take an f2 with a check, the king has to go to f1 or d1, and then I guess you want to keep the queens on the board, so you take with the pawn on d5, and black should be doing great there. Maybe he's already almost close to winning.
Yeah, I also believe this is almost close to winning, as queen can come on f5, we should get back on b6 first to open up the f file, and you know what, black can also start to bring this pawn into the attack, and I don't think black actually worries about this king over here. One very funny line I can suggest here, instead of queen b3, there is a computer line here with knight f6, which looks so ridiculous, right? To jump this knight there where it's under attack like two ways, and the queen is also hanging. But the thing is that now if black takes on g3, knight takes on d7, and you see the rocket going all the way in the sky, as this is a check, this bishop is hanging, and here white can give up the rook here, but the knight already is trapped. White just needs to pick it up. It's already trapped, and the position with 3 pieces for a rook, of course, is just losing for black. So the whole idea of knight f6 is this one, to get as much pieces as possible. But here's a big but. Oh, sorry to say that. G takes f6 is a move which additionally opens the g file. There's bishop h6 here, check, which forces black's king to be in the center. I don't know which move is better to play. king on e7 or e8, because king e7 seems like now the rooks are connected. And this is the variation where still white is struggling big time. And we might see something like this continuation, and it's just not enough. It's just not enough.
Yeah, no, Hare Krishna seems to be in some trouble here. So yeah, as we said, Queen B3 has been played, and now I think bishop takes F2 just looks really good for Vichukov, and I don't see Hare Krishna surviving this position. So yeah, it must be really tough after months of preparation. You know, you finally sit down, and then you make a blunder as early as move 13 with the white pieces, and you're more or less lost already. And if you lose the very first game with the white pieces, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to have chances of winning the group. And if you don't win the group, you don't really have good chance of qualifying to the candidates.
I agree with that, Benjamin. And also, just recalling the games of Hare Krishna for the first leg, he was doing great. He was truly doing great, and he seemed to be well prepared, even though he's a replacement of one of the players who can't make the Grand Prix. But it was quite tough for him, and he made several draws, and he knows how hard it is to play in this field. And you know, if you start the game with a lose, then the next game's gonna be even harder and harder. So usually we chess players like to at least make a draw in the first round, so our mood would keep positive, and we just believe in ourselves that we are in a good shape. So tough situation for Hare Krishna indeed.
Yeah, for sure. Must be quite tough for him to start off this tournament on the wrong foot. So yeah, we'll see how he will try to hang on here. Is there perhaps another game that you want to have a look at?
Yes, I wanted to suggest to bring the bird's-eye view and check out the game over here in the down corner. This is Vasilij Grab against Pretke. Let's take a look at that one.
Right, so after the move, MVL took with the pawn on e5, and we see the evil bar dropping quite a bit. Pretke took the pawn on e4. So I wonder, like, to me, knight takes e4 looks very natural, but is there any problem with that necessarily? I mean, it looks like the position is just symmetrical, right?
It's so interesting. He's taking his time, right, to capture this pawn. It seems so natural to us to capture it with a knight and not with a bishop, right? Because if you take with a bishop, then this one will be really strong on the diagonal, and it probably don't want to give up that control. So knight takes, and what's happening here is this move like knight e5.
Right, I guess knight takes c5, because if you take on e4, white's going to recapture with the bishop, and then black does not get the pawn on e5 back easily, because if you capture on e4, white's going to recapture with the rook, and the pawn on e5 is protected. And if you take on e5 right away, then white should have some tactic, like let's say knight takes c5, and if you now ever recapture with the rook on e5, there's always bishop h7 tricks. So none of that ever.
D8.
Or queen d8,
yeah.
Bishop e7, indeed, that picks up a full piece. So I think after pawn takes e4, Pretke should go knight takes e5, and I kind of like his position because all of his pieces suddenly look very active. The bishop on b2 is kind of blocked in by that pawn on c3, and all the trades should really favor black here. Like, let's say you trade on e5 with the knight, black's going to recapture with the rook. Let's say you take an f6 with a check, black's going to recapture with the queen. And look at that bishop on b7. It's all of a sudden very active on that long diagonal. And black should have quite a bit of pressure here, I believe.
Yeah. And if you see a move like c4, oh, this is so beautiful. A pin over here, this loses the game in just one move, as there's an intermediate check, and this bishop will be captured by the queen. And this is so good point, this bishop on the diagonal, and both pieces, queen and the rook, are now just ready to jump on the g file and start to attack the pawn on g2. And you know what, black can also bring the bishop on this diagonal and start to team up with the queen and hit this square on h2.
Indeed, yeah, black has lots of active possibilities. The other bishop can indeed come out of d6 or maybe c5 to put pressure on the pawn on f2. So yeah, we'll see how this one will proceed, but I kind of like it for Pretka so far. I think he can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening. And also we see that Pretka still has 1 hour and 20 minutes on the clock, and MVL is already down to 40 minutes. So this definitely signals that the opening has been a success.
Right. Benjamin, there is additional thing that White might now considering e takes f6, just to try to complicate the position more by this, although black now can capture this bishop or this knight over here, and can he also do this? No, yeah, he can also do knight f6, but that's a big question there.
Right, knight takes f6 perhaps also an option, but I guess if black takes on d3, he should be doing pretty well. I mean, let's say white takes on g7, we just recapture with the bishop, and look at both the bishops. This bishop on b7 is very active on the one long diagonal, and the other bishop is also very active. And I think the pawn on d3 should be more of a strength rather than a weakness. So this looks great for black, to be honest, and white still is not very, very active. So I think MVL has some tough decisions to make here.
Right, and he's also down to 39 minutes right now, and very often we can evaluate the position by the time. You know, when you don't feel comfortable, you spend more time to figure it out the best possible way. So yeah, time says to me that he's not very comfortable right now.
Indeed. So let's see what MVL will do. Are there any other games that are so one game that has caught my eye is the game we see in the from the second from the left at the top, which is the game between Etienne Bacrot and Sam Shankland in Group A. So we see Bacrot playing quite aggressively. He has made this let's try to pull it up. He has or we can talk a little bit. Right, he's playing move e5.
Yeah, I love his position. Look at this bishop being so open. We might also have some sort of like Greek gift, bishop sacrifices when the knight can jump. I know the bishop is here, but with a dip of the calculation, it can be still considered as then rook will be open and hitting here. Additionally, knight can also be jumped on e4 and then on g5. So he's playing very nice openings, and also in the first leg, I'm sure you have seen many of his games. Etienne Bacrot had fantastic positions in the opening. There was a game against Grishuk. He had white pieces. Grishuk was playing with the black pieces on the last rank, on 8, 7, and 6 rank. He could not even move the pieces further because it was a really, really tough position. And also many other games he had quite nice setups in the opening, but something was missing from his side in the middle game. What do you think personally? He might change this strategy and he decided to play more active?
Yeah, I think so. As you mentioned, he had a great position against Grishuk. It felt like Grishuk maybe took a little bit too much risk in the opening there, playing the Pierce defense. But I think right now his position looks great against Sam Shankland. He's very active, and the knight on e8 is especially very passive. Like, how are you ever going to bring him back into the game? So maybe black should consider something like g6, so the knight could come back to g7 to solidify the position a little bit. But I guess white will just continue development with, let's say, move like bishop d2, and then the rook can come out at d1 or e1. And once again, I really like white's position here.
Yeah, I do like white's position for more active pieces and the space that this pawn is creating. Let's very quickly take a look what happened, because this is the last moment we checked out the game. A6 was the move we saw, and look at this. This is the move you suggested to be played c4 to get more space advantage in the center. And we had e6, Knight c3, bishop e7. Seems like quite natural move from both sides, but white got indeed more space advantage here. And next moves looks quite logical, right? King h1, threatening to kingside attack just to have this king on this safe square. Knight e5, also quite logical move, hitting the pawn on c4. And then we have f4, knight f3, not to trade the pieces. Benjamin, he could play bishop e3 to develop the bishop, and it could also consider to be a fine move, but he wants to have more pieces on the board, and clearly he's going to start the king side attack with these pieces. And look at these moves, like all natural moves from both sides, right? Black also played quite decent moves.
Yeah, I like how Bakro has played here with the move knight f3. He's clearly indicating that he wants to play a bit more aggressively. And then after rook c8, e5, knight e8, and then bishop c2, pointing that bishop towards the enemy king. So it feels like Sam has done something wrong here. But yeah, as you mentioned, a very interesting position for sure. And it's nice to see that Bakro, even though he had a tough start in the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, he is playing this one quite aggressively.
Yeah, Black is taking now his time. Is here some moves like f5 that Black can consider? Because very often those are the moves that can stop White's advantage on the board. So it's like, no. It's really bad move. Oh, I know why.
I guess you just take. Do you just take en passant, or maybe bishop f5 and e6, or what is the best move here, Caddy?
Yeah. This is. Oh no, or maybe 95 first.
Or maybe 95. Very nice point. Yeah, hitting the queen, and if the queen steps back, now e6. The bishop on d7 is trapped, and also there are all sorts of tactics. Because as soon as we capture that bishop on d7, Black will be forced to recapture with the queen. But then there might be knight b6 jumps with forks on the queen and the rooks. So
that's a good point.
Right, but I do think that Black has to try to block that bishop on c2 somehow. So, as we said, maybe move like g6.
Yeah, not to go too fancy with f5, use g6. Although this move can be used by White, there are some typical sacrifices with f5. I'm not sure it's going to work in here, but you know, at some point White can consider. Let me very quickly show you this, because if pawn takes on f5, knight d5, still this knight gets very good square, and the bishop can get on dark squares, and you know, you can push the pieces on the king side. And if g pawn takes, this additionally opens up the king. So not sure if it's now or first taken here or first develop the pieces, but I kind of have a feeling at some point f5 might be the move that White gonna hit here.
Yeah, that's a very nice point. So I'm sure Sam is considering that as he is thinking about his move, but otherwise I don't know what he's gonna do, because yeah, his pieces are a little bit stuck on the last three ranks. You can go knight b4 to hit the bishop on c2 and hit the pawn on c4, but if White just plays, let's say, bishop to b3, I don't see how you are going to proceed here with Black. So we'll just have to wait and see. And
how about knight c6?
Maybe just knight c6. That would be a pity if the game just ends in a draw like that. But actually, yeah, maybe we'll see. So, are there perhaps any other games that have caught your attention?
Yes, there was one game I wanted to suggest, and there was the game of FIDE and Shirov. That is second game on the bottom. So let's take a very quick look. Seems quite complicated position there.
Right. So let's see what has happened. So we tune out after the move bishop b2, b5. FIDE played the move knight d5, playing very actively in the center. Shirov played bishop b7, putting pressure on the knight, and FIDE played a4, putting pressure on the queen side. Knight c5 was played by Shirov, but this allowed FIDE to capture on f6, and Shirov was forced to recapture with the pawn, which ruins his structure. Now FIDE played queen e3, stepping out of the attack of the knight. Shirov captured on a4. I guess if you take with the knight on a4, white might have some tactics with knight takes b5. Because if you take the knight, white is going to take with the bishop, and you're forced to give up your queen, because that's the only way to block the check. So Shirov saw that, and instead of that, he took with the pawn. Vidit played f3, defending the pawn on e4. And Shirov played quite actively in the center with e5, knight f5, and d5. But I wonder if this works out for black, or if this is gonna backfire, because black is really leaving some weaknesses behind in his position.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, Shirov is all in. The movie for Engine really dislikes, but for a human perspective, this looks so active move, right? Because the knight is hanging. I cannot really just freely take this pawn over here, as the knight will come and can attack the queen, and the king seems to be quite open over here. Bishop can come on b4 with a check. So after e4, what's the move that Engine suggests here? Just
right. So as you mentioned, the knight on f5 is under attack, and we cannot take on e4 because then black will get very active after knighting. So I guess he has to move the knight somewhere, either to e3 to hit the queen on d5, or maybe to g3 to put pressure on the pawn on e4. Let's say we go, actually he has moved, he's played the move knight e3, hitting the queen. So let's see where Shirov is going to go, maybe to d6 or e6. I guess one of those two squares makes the most sense.
Okay, let's put it on e6 as the king is on this file, and also, you also can always develop the bishop on d6. Yeah, it's interesting what's follow up here if white simply castles, and white says like, okay, where your king goes, actually, because you don't really go on the long side, it's too weak there, and you don't really want to go on the short side. First of all, it takes some time, and second of all, it can be under serious attack that white can just bring now. With all this developing the pieces, maybe take here knight f5, bishop h6. That's so scary.
Yeah, you make a very good point. As you mentioned, yeah, the queen, I don't really see a safe place either for that king. And you also cannot stay in the center, right? Because the center is opening up. So in this position, black is up a pawn, but look at his pawn structure. He has double pawns on the a file. He has double pawns on the f file. So I really like Vidit's position here, especially from a practical standpoint, in the sense that his moves seem a bit easier, right? He's going to go kingside castles and then try to attack the king one way or the other. And once again, we don't really see where that king is going to go. So Shirov will have some problems to solve here for sure.
Yeah, that's right. We have a move. He goes queen to c6. He keeps the queen on this diagonal. Yeah, that's one of the moves he could consider, but this doesn't really stop white to develop the pieces or just the castle.
Yeah, I guess we just castle here, and then we think after that how we are going to proceed. We still want to develop this bishop on c1, I guess. So maybe at some point bishop d2, the bishop could come to c3 to put a lot of pressure on the pawn on f6. Maybe in some positions you want to go king h1, making sure the king sits a little bit safer there in the corner and it's not on that a7 g1 diagonal. So yeah, this game is heating up for sure. It's going to be very, very exciting. But yeah, I think with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking another short break, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. And as the games are heating up, you might be wondering how your favorite players are doing in the FIDE Grand Prix Fantasy. And we want to congratulate Chess.com members Rook of Los Angeles, Deuce Fizakaris, and RC Bridges for winning the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix Fantasy Contest. If you missed out in leg 1, stick with us for the rest of the FIDE Grand Prix and watch as your players stack up the points. Caddy, what has been happening so far in all of the games?
Right, Benjamin. I do have my fantasy team in here, and I remember I bring Anish Giri in my fantasy team, and look at his position. That's in the corner on the top. So why don't we just go in there and check it out?
Right. So a lot has happened after we left that game. So as we mentioned before, Tabatabai did capture that pawn on b4. Anish traded on e6. And after Tabatabai recaptured, he played the move rook b1, putting pressure on the knight on b4. Tabatabai played h6, making sure that there's no knight jumps to g5. And here Anish played knight takes c5. So he's getting the pawn back because black has to take the knight. But now he leaves the knight on b4 unprotected. And the move a5 by Tabatabai. What do you make of that move?
That's interesting. He's just kicking the rook back. I think he was. That's one of the next moves that black can do. I don't really see any difference here to have this move or just to have something else. Maybe he just avoids this rook to be on the 4th rank. But here, after rook goes on b1 or anywhere else, seems like black's hope here is that this bishop is very strong on this diagonal, and white will not that easily attack the weakness on e6.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so the move a5 also has some drawbacks. So white can, in the future, maybe consider moves like c4, c5 to put pressure on the bishop. Not right away, of course, because they will hang the pawn on d3. But I feel like the pawn on a5 could also be a weakness. So I kind of like Anish's position. If we look at the pawn structure, I think that should be in Anish's favor. So it's up to Tabatabai to try to prove something here with maybe active piece play. Otherwise, I think Anish should have the better position. Also, I just noticed that Anish has 1 hour and 5 minutes on the clock, and Tabatabai is down to 27 minutes already after only 14 moves. So that's definitely in Anish's favor as well. So I think Anish can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, that's true. So here Tabatabai has to speed it up. And he doesn't have much of the time. The time frame is that he's gonna get 30 minutes of the increment right after 40 moves. But we know how hard it is to play with the minutes on the seconds on the clock against quite strong opponent. So seems like very interesting position. Why don't we just take a bird's-eye view back and check out if we have anything else happening over here? Anything
right, so
gets your eye?
So let's see what has happened. Oh, we have more moves in the game between Vidit and Alexei Shirov. Shirov, after kingside castles from Vidit, went for queenside castles. But I mean, that king can never be safe over there, right?
No, that's actually got my eyes too when we got the bird's-eye view. I was like, wow, he went for long side castle. How is that possible? So why this is so bad to have king in here? Because white can start to push the pawns and open up the files more, and then find a weakness over here, or just to continue to play on the weaknesses. For instance, knight c4 with idea, bishop on e3, knight e5. White don't really need to be so aggressive and active here in this position, because moves like knight b3 can also create so much for danger for black.
Yeah, I really like the move that you suggested, knight c4, because we threaten moves like knight a5, and also it allows us to bring that bishop from c1 into the game. It can come to e3 to put pressure on the knight, or maybe to f4. Because if the bishop goes to f4, if the knight ever lands on b6, it will be checkmate. So I really don't know what Shirov has planned there, because once again, his king looks so exposed on that side of the board, and I think it looks great for FIDE. Once again, he's down a pawn, but if we compare the king's safety, Black's king is wide open, and White's king still sits pretty safe on g1.
Yeah, I agree with that. After knight c4, maybe here Shirov plans to play queen a7, which controls a5 square and also avoids bishop f4. But here we do have bishop d2 move. This move is a developing move. The bishop can go on a5 with a serious threat, or bishop can go also on c3 to attack this pawn. And in the end, the rooks can be also disconnected on the open d file.
Yeah, so I think FIDE has all the chances here to strike in the very first round. I think he came in shared second and third in the group stage, so he needs to perform well in this one if he wants to have any chance of qualifying to the candidates tournament. So, but yeah, it's looking quite tough for Shirov. So, right, are there maybe any other games you want to have a look at?
Let's bring the right side view on the screen. What do we have over here? Very interesting position is happening in the game of Richard Rapport against Vladimir Fedosiev. That's just right down in the corner here. Seems like we have to see that, Benjamin. Seems like we have to go in there.
Yeah, for sure. So we left off after Black played knight b to d7. So in that position, Richard played queen to c2 with the idea of bringing the knight to c3. g5 was played by Fedoseev, a very committal decision. However, I feel like here it's really backfiring, because Richard played the bishop back to g3. Fedoseev played bishop b4, hitting the queen. Queen dropped back to c1. e5 was played by Fedoseev, but here Richard played h4, trying to open up the h file for his rook. So Fedoseev understandably wants to keep the file closed. He goes g4, h5 now by Richard, making sure that the knight can never go to h5 to hit the bishop on g3. And after queen e7, knight c3. And yeah, I really like Richard's position. He has the two bishops. Also, I feel like Black's king can easily come under fire here. So I really don't know. I really don't like what Fedoseev has done here over the last couple of moves.
Yeah, right. This g5 and to push the pawn further and further, right? Seems like White for now is a little bit passive on the first rank. Mostly all the pieces are in here, but White can slowly start to develop the pieces, starting with kicking the bishop. Do you think he might also consider, if bishop goes back on b7, he might also consider to close the center for a moment and then use the advantage of this pawn being pushed so far?
Yeah, for sure. I think after bishop b7, the move d5 makes a lot of sense. It really shuts the bishop on b7 out of the game. And then White can continue maybe putting pressure on that pawn on g4, most like bishop e2 and bishop h4 to follow. So I feel like Black has a lot of problems to solve here, and I think it looks great for Richard. So let's see if maybe Fedoseev can try to come up with some active counterplay, but I don't see it. If you take on d4, White's just going to recapture with the rook, and I don't really see how that's going to help Black, because rook on d4 also puts pressure on the pawn on g4. So yeah, I don't see it here for Fedoseev. I think the position is the opening has definitely been a success for Richard.
Yeah, it seems like Black is for now very active, but sometimes this kind of openings is just like White is choosing the proper time to then develop all the pieces together and, just get more and more advantage. I just see here that engine suggests queen e6 move. This is, for me, this is quite artificial move, and I don't really know why this move is only move which keeps the engine at the level bar.
Yeah, I guess the move queen e6 just makes sense, because White is probably not really threatening to take the bishop on e4, because as soon as Black recaptures, the bishop on g3 is under attack. And maybe what Fedoseev can do is put the queen on f5 and put pressure on white's position that way. And also, like, think about white's position. It's not easy to develop, because if the bishop on f1 ever moves, you hang the pawn on g2, so you don't want to do that. And then how are you going to get castled, right? I mean, I guess black might be still okay after the move queen e6, and he has lots of counter chances.
Yeah, how about d5 here if white still tries to close the center? Queen goes on f5, and this pawn might be under attack.
Right, the pawn on h5 is under attack. What black can also do is go a5 followed by knight to c5 and develop on that side of the board as well. And once again, if the capture on e4 is not really very good for white, because black's going to recapture with his knight, and I feel like that should always work out in black's favor.
Yeah, that's right. And here this bishop is not really trapped. The queen can always go on the side, and the bishop can always have the square or d square, but the idea of just bringing the knight on c5 after a5 to control white's pawn not coming from b4 guarantees black's bishop safety, and then black can start to capture the pawn on h5. This looks quite nice, nice idea, but you know, you have to find out this move queen e6, and Vladimir is taking his time now. He's taking quite a lot of time to figure it out. What is the next move? And let's see if he can find this move.
Yeah, queen e6 does not look like an easy move, but as you mentioned, if he does not find it, his position will be tough to play. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, another game that has, maybe we can update the viewers real quick what has happened in the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Alexander Predke, which we see in the bottom right corner. So MVL did trade on e5, and after Predke recaptured, he played the move queen b1, but the eval bar is all the way down for some reason, which I don't really understand why, because the position is still symmetrical. Does Predke have something direct here?
It might be connected to this bishop. It can be also connected that this bishop probably can be hanging. How about knight h5, Benjamin? Knight h5, knight f4 idea to attack the bishop to increase the pressure on the king side. There might be some tactics, and also additional right now, actually, f5 is a serious threat, attacking the knight, and after trading the rooks, this bishop will be hanging. Oh, this is a brilliant move.
Yeah, knight h5 is a very nice move for sure. Indeed, the knight is going to f4, where it puts pressure on the bishop on d3 and the pawn on g2. Eventually, I was just thinking maybe what Predke could do is trade on e4. White is forced to recapture with the bishop. Let's say we take with our bishop. White is forced to take with the rook. And we take with our rook. White is forced to capture with the queen. And then after queen to d2, how do you defend the bishop on b2? I guess you play rook b1, but maybe someone like bishop c5 is really annoying there to put pressure on the pawn on f2.
Oh yeah, this is so simple, and sometimes you consider some complicated lines, and very straightforward and easy line with line all the trades can be even stronger for one side, and I think that can be the continuation for black. This pawn now is hanging, who cannot leave the bishop, so queen has to come and start to guard the pawn. Let's say queen f3, and this can be under queen c2 move. You see the bar went all the way down, as it's impossible to guard these two pieces at the same time. Maybe queen f5 keeps the game going on to counterattack the bishop over here, and we might see here some moves like bishop b6 is like normal move, and then black can also bring the rook into the game later on, next move, just like this.
I think queen f5 is a very important defensive move, as you mentioned, because white has to defend that pawn on f2, but also make sure that black does not go queen c2 and put pressure on the rook and the bishop. So I guess maybe white is still hanging on here. So then I'm once again kind of surprised that in the current position this bar is all the way down, but maybe Predke can come up with. Actually, I was just thinking, maybe he can. I don't know. Yeah, do you have any idea like why the bar is all the way down?
think we just show that. So I really like this this line. What you suggest here, just to trade everything. I think all the way goes to this end game, and queen d2, and I don't know how to save this bishop. If we go bishop a3, this is so bad move. We just lose a game. Now it's a double check. Queen b1, this is so bad looking move. Bishop c5 anyway, you can't hold this. Rook b1 seems to be the only move. You don't want to play bishop c1. This is just not right. The pawn is hanging, the other pawn is also hanging. So rook b1 here and bishop c5 seems quite nice continuation here for black, especially when you can additionally just bring the other piece either to trade or to get on e2 and just increase the pressure. It really depends where the queen goes, but black can also have some sort of like rook transfer on the 6th rank to increase the pressure here. Depends where the queen goes. You can also bring this rook on the open file in here and hit the bishop. This seems very dangerous for white. And
for sure,
you know, Benjamin, here in this position, there are like few pieces, and in the position here, black can play knight h5. But I kind of have a feeling there are like more pieces, and white might find a way to get out of it. But this is also something that I would consider with black to play with these ideas.
Yeah, no, I really like the move that you suggested to bring the knight to f4. I guess if white plays something like g3, that should always backfire because that really weakens the long diagonal. Maybe black can just go f5, hitting the knight, and if the knight moves, there's queen d5. So it feels way too risky. And yeah, I think the position looks great for Predke. He probably realizes it himself that he has a big chance to try and strike here with the black piece. I mean, there'll be a huge upset, right? He's the lowest seed in the group. He's playing pretty much the first seed, right? MVL with black. So if he can win this one, that'd be a huge surprise.
I agree with you. Then we're going to have really tough task to, get at the leader's position. Right now, he's obviously the leader by the rating in the group, and his fans and his supporters really expect him to get at the finals, at least in this Grand Prix, because Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is one of the people who is considered to be those candidates of the candidate tournament. So quite a heavy start for Maxim.
Yeah, no, for sure. He definitely has some problems to solve here. The opening did definitely not go his way. So I think the best he can hope for here is to try to hang on and make a draw. So yeah, this game is heating up for sure. Is there maybe another game that you want to have a look at?
For this, yeah, we need to say over here. We can take a look at the game of Hare Krishna and Vityugov. Seems like Hare Krishna is fighting back, but it still looks not so good position for white.
Yeah, it looks really tough now. We see the evil bar going all the way down now. He has just played the move knight d4, hitting the queen on f5. But I wonder what he wants to do if black just goes queen to f6, keeping all the threats in the position. I mean, maybe he wants to go knight f3 to try and block the f-file. But after knight f3, black can trade on e3 and then take the pawn on b2, and black would be up 2 pawns with still an attack. So this looks more or less lost for white, I think.
This looks like white cannot really fight here for advantage for sure, and white has to fight for a draw, which seems to be not so easy to achieve, as additionally of those 2 extra pawns that black is having, there are more weaknesses, and black will for sure target that one after king is at the right place. And now g6, king g7 seems like the move that black can consider to play, as the dark square bishop is off the board and white has not enough forces to create any danger for this king. And after the king gets out of the back ring, the rooks can start to get into the game and start to create serious dangers.
Yeah, we'll see what Vityugov will do here. But yeah, it looks like he has great chances to strike here in the very first game with the black pieces, that would be great for his chances of winning this group.
Yeah.
So
Benjamin, when I was a kid, maybe even now, when I have very bad position, I blunder something in the opening or like very early, then I try to think a little bit more and hold the position just a bit more, because very often I feel a bit ashamed to lose a game too early. Do you have this kind of experiences and also feelings after a horrible blunder in the opening?
yeah, and it makes sense. Right, he doesn't want to lose the game without a fight. And he also, as you mentioned, does not want to lose, let's say, in 2 hours or something, right? It just feels embarrassing. So he's played move knight f3, but once again, after black trades on e3 and takes on b2, it looks really good for Vichikov. So I think he was maybe just a little bit rusty, because otherwise I don't see how he could make such a blunder.
Yeah. Oh, he can also do such a thing like queen a6 to force whites to trade the queens, and then to take the bishop over here.
Right, actually, I think, yeah, I guess c4 is forced after queen a6, because if you go queen d3, indeed black has bishop takes e3 and the game is just over. So that is another very good option that Vichikov has available. But the easiest really seems to trade on e3 and queen takes b2. And he should win the game there, I think. And being up 2 pawns with still a strong attack.
Yeah, and to compare this position to the position which I showed in the end game, for sure black wants to keep the queen on the board. This queen still creates a lot of threats. This pawn on c2 and the rook is hanging, and the king has no safety square now. And king has a long way to find some safe place to be, either g3 king g2 or h3 even weakens this square. So I don't know even h3 if it's a good move or not. And this is comes straightforward. You don't need much of the thinking, right, and in calculation, right? You can just take and take on b2, attack the rook. So
right. So yeah, we'll see how this one will proceed. Are there perhaps any other games you would want to have a look at?
Okay, once again, let's take a look. In the game of Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Alexander Pretke, this is just happening what you predicted. And we have a lot of pieces off the board, and we have queen on d2. Let's very quickly take a look at this position. Wow, look at this.
Right. So the bishop on b2 is under attack. And yeah, it's not an easy problem to solve, because if you move the bishop, you will always hang the pawn on c3, so you don't really want to do that. So I guess, as we discussed, he has to play the move rook b1, because if white goes queen b1, then after bishop c5, you cannot defend the pawn on f2, because your queen is busy protecting that bishop on b2. So rook b1 seems like the only move here for MVL, and then bishop c5 looks pretty tempting for black, but white still has the only move queen f5 to hang on here. And black's position looks great because he's very active. White is really pushed back, but there isn't something decisive right away. So I guess that's what both players are thinking about in the current position.
That's right. How about just to move like bishop b6? I'm not really afraid to give up this pawn, as bishop f2 will be just winning a queen. And black keeps all these ideas at the board. Next, black should improve the rook's position.
Right, yeah, bishop e6 makes a lot of sense, and if black gets a couple more moves, I'm sure he wants to go rook e8 and rook to e2, putting pressure on the pawn on f2. So maybe what white could do after move bishop e6 is to go c4, because then he wants to go c5 and block that bishop on b6, because there's no longer any pressure on f2. So it's not that easy just yet for Pretke. But I think in the current position, there's really no other move for MVL besides the move rook to b1.
That's right. I like this move c4. This might be something that MVL has to play at some point, because rook b1, queen f5 seems to be the only moves. And after c4, the threat is this to play, and also the bishop gets really active, and white can consider to sacrifice the pawn to have some real serious counterplay on this diagonal.
Indeed. So yeah, but once again, the time for MVL is not really helping either. He's down to 22 minutes. although already 25 moves have been made, so he would have to make 15 more to reach a time control. But let's see. Once again, I think rook b1 makes sense here from white. Maybe Predke has something else in mind. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah, instead of bishop c5, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting question. I was just thinking how Predke can also try to get the bishop in here to stop this bishop being activated at some point, but how to do that?
That's a good question, yeah.
How about bishop c5, this, and now to get this bishop on e7, f6 later, and if you push c4, I can take this pawn, and you lose on b file.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's why it was nice to lure the queen out to f5, because when the queen was on e4, white could recapture with queen takes c4. And actually, as we speak, the move rook b1 has been made by MVL. So now we'll see what Predke has planned here. Another move that would come to mind is maybe rook to b6. The rook could come to e6 to hit the queen and maybe eventually go to e2, or go to f6 and put pressure on the pawn f2 that way. So he has lots and lots of good possibilities here, and it feels like MVL is really with his back against the wall here.
I love this idea to activate the rook first and to keep the bishop close to the king, so there will be no checks, and the king is quite safe over there. And after activating your rook, then you can bring additional piece into the game and it can come on c5. And knowing MVL, he's so active player. He likes to attack. He likes to sacrifice pawns and pieces for initiative. This position is very dry for him, and this is the worst nightmare for this type of chess players.
For sure, yeah. If you are in a position where the best thing you can get is a draw and you have to defend passively, that's not really what anyone wants to get into. So, but MVL is a very good defender as well, so we'll have to see how he will try to save this one. In the meantime, are there perhaps any other games that you would want to have a look at?
All right, let's take a look. In the game of FIDE and Shurov, we do have this position where knight jumped on c4. You guys can see the position down over there, the second game. But we can try to find out what happened in the game of Krishchuk and Andreikin. This looks very interesting.
Right. So let's see. I think we left off after the move bishop d3 by Grishuk. So a lot has happened in the meantime. After bishop d3, bishop e7 was played by Andreikin. Short castles by Grishuk. Andreikin also went for short castles. King h1, just making sure that king is never on the diagonal. Rook e8 by Andreikin. Queen f3. Bishop d7. Rook ae1. Rook came out of c8, queen g3 by Grishuk, and knight h5, queen f3. Maybe he just wanted to repeat the position once, gain some time on the clock. Then Andreikin played the move g6, and in the current position, Grishuk is thinking both players are already getting pretty low on the clock. Grishuk having 31 minutes on the clock, and Andreikin 37 after only 15 moves. So I think it's quite likely that we'll see a time scramble here.
Yes, we can see time trial for both players, not only for one side. And when I saw this on the bird's side view that we had earlier, I got confused a bit with the game of Etienne Bacro and Sam Shankland, because we have a very similar position, the pawns in the center, king on h1, and this idea of the g6 to stop the attack on this side. And to be honest, I thought that I was suggesting to review that game, but then when we started to analyze the moves, it turned to be another game. But this is the reason, actually, because all Sicilian are very, very similar to each other, right? White attacks the king side, black is trying to achieve something on the queen side and stop the attack.
Yeah, no, for sure. I guess Andreikin at some point is going to go b5 and create some counterplay on that side of the board. But I think we'll just have to wait for Grishuk to somehow start an attack on the king side. Maybe with moves like f5, trying to open up the f-file and diagonals for his bishop. So I kind of like his position, and I don't see Andrekin's counterplay taking off just yet. So yeah, this one is really heating up for sure. Lots of action as well in the other games. But with all that being said and done, we are going to be taking a very short break. But do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade.
Welcome back at the FIDE Grand Prix 2022. This is the second leg, round one. I'm Katie, this is Benjamin, and we are having all the games still in progress, but Benjamin, we're going to have a lot of decisive games. Let's take a bird's eye view and try to guess how many games gonna end with a decisive result and how many games gonna end in a tie.
Yeah, so I think if we talk about the size of results, the game between Alexander Grishuk and Dmitry Andreikin in Group A is already really heating up, and also the position looks pretty good for HN Bakro against Sam Shankland and Pentala Harikrishna. We talked about this before. He is down 3 pawns right now. He's the second from right at the top. But maybe we can have a look at the game between Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabaye in Pool B, right? Pool B.
It is Pool B indeed. I can take a look at that. Yeah, by the way, in the game of Grishuk and Andreikin, it's move F5. That's the move you suggested. So things are going to be so interesting in that game as well. But this is the game of Anish Giri and Tabatabaye, and seems like Tabatabaye decided to start a kingside attack. He brought the queen on the way on h4, and now he's bringing the rook on d-file. I would not be surprised if he's going to bring this rook over here on f-file to start to annoy this pawn.
Yeah, I think so too. But it does seem that it's difficult for Black to really launch a kingside attack because this knight on e4 really holds everything together in the white position, always defends the pawn on f2. And Anish has just played the move king to h2. So I wonder what the point is behind this move. I don't know if maybe he wants to go g3 and hit the queen. However, that does leave some squares behind. So let's say Tabatabaye plays the move that you suggested, rook to d7. Right? What do you think Anish wants to do in this position?
I was thinking maybe he wants to push g3 to kick this queen back, and then also f5, f4 for now to kick the knight back, get more space advantage, then to develop the bishop on long diagonal over here, and just to play like that. But you pointed out that this might have some sides that white probably would not like to have. Like when you push too much of those pawns, then king can be really weak. But how about just to start with f4 over here without g3?
Yeah, I really like that move as well. I mean, I guess the knight has to move back to, let's say, c6, and the knight wants to come to d4, but maybe we just go pawn to c3. And once again, I think white is quite a nice structure because this bishop on b6 doesn't really do too much anymore. As soon as this king is on h2, we can go d4 on the next move to really shut it out of the game. And Black's position has a bunch of weaknesses. The pawn e6 is always very fragile. The queen on h4 looks a bit offside in the current position. So I really like Anish's chances here to strike in the very first game, and that should give him good chances to try and win the group, because Vijikov is also in his group, and he already has a winning position with the black pieces. So we might see a race between those two players in Pool B.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The first games can be quite crucial if we do have a decisive result in one of the favorites games in the group. So for now, let me once again refresh the position. King h2 is the final move of Anish Giri. And, you know, after seeing what we just saw here, seems like you don't even need to push this queen, because this queen will be just a lonely piece there in solo attack to the king side, and not the other pieces can help. And meanwhile, white can start launch some attack on e6 weakness. Maybe we can now take a look at the other game. I'm really dying to know what's happening in the game of Etienne Bakro and Sam Shankland, if we do have any updates in that position.
Yeah, so let's have a look in the game between Bakro and Sam Shankland. So We left after the move bishop c2 by Bakro. G6 was played by Sam Shangland. Bishop d2 by Bakro to bring the rook into the game. Knight b4 to hit the bishop on c2 and the pawn on c4. So Chen played bishop b3, solving both problems at once. a5 by Sam, trying to go a4 and dislodge the bishop on b3. But this does weaken the b5 square, so Chen jumped right in with the move knight b5. And after queen d8, White played bishop c3. And yeah, the position looks pretty good for Chen. He has all the activity in the world, and I don't really see a move here for Black. And White's moves seem pretty straightforward. So how do you think Sam should try and solve his problems here?
So hard question. I could suggest what I see here from my side. There are a lot of ideas, Benjamin. A lot of ideas. Look at this bishop hitting all the dark squares. And the weaknesses on the dark side. White can also try something like knight maneuvering here on h2, g4, and then h6, this typical moves. White can also try to get the knight on g-file, then to bring the queen to target this one. So a lot of ideas, and maybe Black has to start to trade the pieces, for instance, or just to activate the bishop here. This is one thing he can do. Or I like this idea. Let me show it. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and then to close the center, at least to close this bishop over here. So there will be, for now, no danger on the dark squares, and you can always bring your bishop here to guard even more. You can also bring the knight here on f5, and just to try to hold it.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one drawback, however, of trading on b5 is that now the knight on b4 doesn't have any escape squares anymore, because the pawn on b5 takes away the a6 and the c6 square. So I think after d5, White can probably play the move a3, and where's his knight gonna go, right? So lots of issues here for Sam to solve, because after White recaptures on b5, you also don't really want to go to the d5 square, because White can always take, and then you will have a weakness on d5. So he has actually in the meantime played the move d5. But maybe what White can do here is just take the knight on b4, and if Black recaptures, then take on d5. Isn't White just winning a pawn there?
Oh, that's a good idea. One thing is, can Black just try to do something like this, knight c7, and if you take on b7, the rooks can chase this queen. This queen looks so trapped over here, right? Or first to take on d5 and then to try to chase the queen.
Yeah, I think that's probably best. Black's continuation to trade on b5 and go knight to c7, because indeed taking on b7 looks a bit risky. It feels like maybe there is a way to trap the queen, but on the other hand, the question is like, is there an actual way to trap it? Yeah. Right, because if you go rook a b8, then you leave the a7 square unprotected, and if you go rook c b8, then all of a sudden White has queen to c6. So maybe White can just take that pawn over there. White could also decide to just retreat the queen, and maybe he's still a bit better. But I guess that's maybe what Sam is aiming for, that he might have a slightly worse position there, but maybe he can try to hang on one way or another.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Can White here do something like c takes d5? Oh, the engine is not a fan of this move. It can be this same reason, probably.
Well,
to
I
take
guess
here, and then this and this.
Right. If in this position, it might be even better to take on b5 and go knight to c7. Because here, if White does capture on b7 after rook c b8, the queen actually is trapped, because this knight on b4 still takes away the c6 square. So, and also it's nice for Black that now he can recapture with a knight on d5. So I think it's better for Chen to take that knight on b4 first. Right, and I don't think Black has the intermezzo pawn takes c4, because now we can take on e7, hit the queen over there, and if Black recaptures, then we take on c4. And as we talk, bishop takes b4 is on the board.
That's the move. that has been made in here. That actually makes sense because after d5, the dark square bishop now no longer is needed on this diagonal, and they don't really worry to give up this bishop. And seems like he's going just to eat this bishop, eat this pawn, or even to play first knight d4. This also makes sense here, just to keep this weakness here. You always try to take it, and you also try to push e6 or f5. This even seems stronger to me.
Yeah, I really like your suggestion of not taking the pawn right away, but play for activity with the move knight at d4, because the pawn at d5 remains weak, and especially these pawn pushes like f5 and e6 look really, really dangerous for black. So I guess if Bakro takes on d5, Sam will probably have to capture the knight on b5 first, the line that you suggested, and after queen takes b5, knight to c7 to try to recapture with a knight on the d5 square.
True. So here's the position. Bishop is captured. Knight is captured on b4, and we can see this move coming here. And c takes d5. Maybe this is the moment when black has to first take on b5 and then to take on d5 and hope for the best at this first trades. But the end is like it's not any better. It's not any better.
Yeah,
actually makes sense. Look at these pawns over here. 3 very, very weak pawns.
Indeed, black always has problems with the pawn structure, so I'm sure that HM will be looking to take advantage of that. And actually, as we speak, we already have the very first result. Let's try to pull up the game between Pentala Harikrishna and Nikita Vijigov, because that game has already ended.
Yeah, let's bring this game in here. Oh wow, that was quite a harsh game. At the last moment we saw the game was bishop e3, knight f3. So black decided to take on e3 and now take on b2 as you were suggesting. Then he took another pawn on c2. There he tried to trade the queens. White said no, and here we have resignation after queen d6.
Yeah, because after queen d6 check, there's simply no good way to deal with the attack on the king. If you go king h3, then after rook c3, you lose your queen. After g3, rook c3 is also very problematic because the queen is under attack, and the pawn on g3 will probably fall as well. And keep in mind that white is down 3 pawns, right? So even if you go something like king to g1, I guess black will play rook c3 anyway. The queen's under attack, and if the queen moves, then there's always moves like queen to c5 to pin the knight. And white just has no compensation whatsoever for the 3 pawns. Black's pieces are even more active. So Harikrishna resigned this game. A very, very tough loss for him. The position looked maybe a little bit better, but he made this horrible blunder on move 13, and then there was no coming back. So Vijigov takes the early lead in Pool B.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this position back. This is the situation when we were suggesting for white to castle on the short side and have a very pleasant position, as black still has needs some time to figure out where to bring this king to be safe and also to connect the rooks. But here was a terrible blunder here in very early stage of the game. Here Harikrishna simply missed this move, knight e4, which attacks the queen and the pawn on f2, and then just the position just fell apart, right? White never had a chance to save it.
Yeah, from there on out, Vijigov played the game very professionally, never gave Harikrishna any chances, and yeah, picks up a very nice win here in the first round. So that's sometimes how it can go. Like if you make one mistake, sometimes there's no coming back, especially against the best players in the world. So tough loss for Harikrishna, but I'm sure that Vijigov must be very happy with this win in the very first round. So yeah, what other game?
Let's bring the bright side view over here and look at this game in the edge of the screen down there, the game of Maxim Vachilegrad and Alexander Pretke. We do have the position that we were referring. Queen is on f5 and bishop is on e7, and it seems like Maxim Vachilegrad had to play bishop on a1, that passive, just to make sure that this bishop on b2 is no longer hanging.
Yeah, so bishop a1, it might actually be a good move because indeed, as you mentioned, he wants to go for pawn on c4. Like let's say black goes bishop f6, we do play c4. And after black trades, I feel like white has really good chances to hang on here and make a draw because a lot of pieces get traded off, and maybe in the worst case, black will somehow get a rook endgame, right, where he gets an extra c pawn, but white should have enough counterplay there to draw the game because the queen is pretty active. The rook can always come to a7 to create counterplay. So I think Maxime is doing a very good job here of hanging on, because a couple moves ago the position looked very critical. So after bishop a1, are there any other moves that Predke could consider to keep the pressure on Maxime?
Yeah, since like c4 is now a serious threat, and this minor bishop c5, e7, because of the bishop a1, don't really stop white to push the pawn in here. He goes bishop f6. Is that a? Oh yeah, that's the position. He goes bishop f6 here.
Yeah, bishop f6 on the board. So now I'm sure that MVL is looking at pawn c4, and yeah, really everything is defended in the white position. So I feel like with more pieces coming off, I feel like MVL is going to hold the draw here. Not the best result given the fact that he was white and he is playing the lowest seed in the group, but given the position he had, he cannot be too unsatisfied about a draw.
Yeah, I cannot really complain about. They didn't just call it a lucky save, because for this format of the tournament, you need to feel that you are lucky, and you have luck there alongside you. So yeah, he will. I think he will be fine with a draw. Especially look at his time now, been in 16 minutes. Still there is 12 more moves to be done, but as there are not much of the pieces on the board, and after c4 even more pieces will be get off the board, maybe MVL will not feel pressure on time anymore.
Yeah, for sure. With all the pieces coming off, that makes a time deficit less of a problem. And also given the fact that he only needs to make 12 more moves to reach the time control and get an additional 30 minutes. So yeah, let's see. Are there any other games that are catching your attention?
Yeah, we have to take a look at the bird side view and check it out. So we can. Oh, there are a lot of interesting games. We have not seen for a long time the game of Richard Rockford and Fedosiev Vladimir, but how about to start it with Vidit and Shirov? This is 2 games down there on the left side, and we can just see that Shirov is going all in as he just captured the pawn on b3. Shall we see that game?
Right, so we left off after the move knight to c4 by Vidit, trying to put pressure on the queen side. Shirov played queen to e6, b3 by Vidit, trying to open up files on the queen side, and Shirov took the pawn, and now Vidit is in thought. So I guess if he recaptures on b3, Shirov just wants to take with the knight, hitting the rook. Maybe the bishop can come out of c5 to hit the queen, and all of a sudden maybe things aren't as bad for black. So I wonder what Vidit is thinking about. Well, what moves could he consider here?
a3, and he takes b3. It seems to me he just wanted to develop the bishop rather than to take. How about bishop a3?
Yeah, bishop a3 makes a lot of sense. Bishop a or e? Oh,
well,
a3, sorry.
I meant e3.
Oh.
Accidentally dropped this pawn on a3.
Oh, no worries. So bishop e3, yeah, makes a lot of sense. You hit the knight on c5, which does not look easy to defend. Maybe Shirov can go for something active. I guess something that Vidit will always have to consider is what happens if black takes on f3. Because if you take with your bishop, then black can take the knight on c4. Right? And you don't really want to take with the g-pawn, because then all of a sudden your king is also very exposed. Right?
Yeah.
And actually, as we speak, Vidit has recaptured with the pawn on b3. So do you think Shirov is now just going to take another pawn on b3?
I wouldn't be really surprised if he goes, because, you know, if you don't, yeah, he goes right away. Look at this, Benjamin, he goes right away. He's not even losing any time. He's down to 40 minutes, and they still have to make 20 more moves for the time increment. And he knows that this is the moment he has to choose, take this moment and capture the pawn. As you just mentioned, that bishop c5 is now a serious threat.
Yeah, I guess this will definitely be a game where time pressure will be an issue. As you mentioned, Shirov has only 14 minutes on the clock, 20 more moves to be made, and the position is very, very complicated. So let's see what Vidit will do here. Currently, his rook and his bishop are under attack, but I guess I kind of like the move rook b1, because now taking on c1 doesn't seem like a good idea, because white's going to take with the f rook, and all of a sudden white's pieces are attacking, right? The rooks are putting pressure on the b file and on the c file, and I really don't see where the black king can hide. So that would be a bad idea. Bishop c5 perhaps is an option, but I guess white just goes bishop e3, and I feel like everything should work out in white's favor. So maybe after rook b1, what happens if we take on f3 now? Because once again, this bishop on e2 is under attack, and if you take with the bishop, then the knight on c4 is hanging, and maybe black can hang on there.
All right. How about to play this move here? Oh, that's bad. It's bad move.
Yeah, you can take with the g pawn, but then like once again, your king on g1 is always going to be exposed. So I don't know if Vidit wants to do that. So let's see. After knight takes b3, so rook b1 is definitely an option. Does Vidit have any other options in this position?
Instead of rook b1?
Yeah.
Here. There is this check here. He might consider some intermediate check, but I don't know if this is good for white or not, because even more pieces will be on this diagonal, and bishop will be even happier to come on c5.
Indeed, yeah. I guess after knight b6, maybe we can just move the king over, and yeah, the position remains very complicated, but black also has his possibilities. And yeah, Vidit is also thinking here. He has 29 minutes, which is, double Shirov's time. However, the position is very complicated. So 29 minutes is also not all the time in the world for 20 more moves.
Yeah, that's right. Quite interesting position, and it got even more complicated. To be honest, I was not even considering to see long castle here.
Games that you want to have a look at
here.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That was quite a shock to me as well. But yeah, with that being said, maybe we can pull up the bird's eye view again, and. In the meantime, I guess the game between Yu Yang-yi and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, we talked about that game earlier very briefly. That game seems to be headed for a draw. So I think we left off after the move knight to f6, after which Yu Yang-yi played bishop e3.
Bishop e3, yes.
Bishop b6 by Shakhriyar, a trade on b6, pawn takes, rook fe1, knight d7, rook ae1, knight e5, bishop f1. So white has the two bishops, but black is pretty active. Bishop to c4, b3. It feels like white should be a little bit better, but overall I think Shakhriyar defended quite well. After the trade, he played f6, so his king could come into the game. Rook to d6, rook a8. And slowly but surely, it feels like the advantage evaporated after the trade. Shakhriyar played king f7, bishop f4 and c5. a4 was played, rook e6. Very nice move, going for trades. And white can't really avoid the trade of rooks instead of that. So Yu Yang-yi traded off his bishop for the knight. Rook d7 check was played. Rook e7, only move to make sure you don't lose a pawn. And after rook d8, black played king to g6. And I don't think either side can really pose any problems here. The position is completely symmetrical. White's king on f1 is kind of cut off by this rook on e7, so that cannot really come into the game. On the other hand, white has an active rook, so I feel like this game is just going to end in a draw. And actually, maybe the players have just reached move 30. Maybe Shakhriyar already offered Yu Yangyi a draw.
Can be very possible because in this position, none of the side really had any major problem or even small problem. There is not any weakness that one of the side can just target and try to attack. This pawn here is well guarded by the rook, and the rook itself is also very active on this file, as you mentioned. But just the fact that Black's king is also very active doesn't really create too much of the danger of the for white. So it seems like to me maybe this is going to be a great draw soon, as they have to play a lot of games after this, and this is just a start. And sometimes some of the players have a little bit slow start, and then they are getting into the shape later. Like myself, when I start the game, it's a bit slow. I'm a bit confused because it's like very often a big space between the tournaments to tournament. And for these guys, it's also the same. During the pandemic, they don't really had any over the board classical tournament, so sometimes you just need to make some draws and then slowly get to into the shape and try to show your best.
Yeah, 100%. So actually in the meantime, so let's try to switch our attention back to Pool A. A lot has happened there. So if we have a look at the game between Alexander Kryshuk and Dmitry Andreikin, which is the game in the top left corner, that game is heating up for sure. So I think we left off after the move g6 by Andreikin. Here, Kryshuk played the move f5 to try to open up on the king side. Knight e5 was played by Andreikin, hitting the queen, so the queen went to h3. Now white is putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on e6, and Andreikin played queen to d8. A trade happened, and I guess white does not want to take that pawn on e6 because it feels like that should run into some tactics one way or another, right? With the pin of the bishop on the knight.
Yeah, it seems to be a trap. Maybe nothing direct, but for instance, if queen goes on a5, that's the only square that queen can go. This knight will be always just here, just trapped here, and the threat can be knight g7 next move, or bishop to leave the e7, and then black can start to take the pawn. So very likely nothing is right away straightforward, but after queen a5, here black can several moves to start to play on this knight.
Indeed, but actually as we were talking, I just noticed that Kryshuk is down to 8 minutes after only 18 moves. So he has 22 more moves to make until the time control, where he will receive an additional 30 minutes. So that's going to be quite a challenge for him as well. And yeah, he might be calculating the knight takes e6 sacrifice, but as you mentioned, it looks very risky because it puts that knight right into the pin. If he doesn't go for it, I don't know what else he could do. He could play a move like bishop e2, hitting the knight on h5, but I guess the knight just goes back to g7, stepping out of the threat and defending the pawn on e6. And I don't know, I feel like the position should be approximately balanced, but practically speaking, you gotta favor Andreikin here with a time advantage.
Yeah, it's not the first time we saw Kryshuk with less time or no time, even sometimes on the clock. But in this case, he doesn't have advantage here, clear advantage, and position is quite double-edged here. Black stands very strong. And I do love the knight on e5. Every time white pushes f5, that allows knights to jump on e5, and the knight on e5 just it's a perfect piece for the defense and to attack also. So because of these knights, it seems to me that black has not too much of worries in here, and just to combine this with the time of Kryshuk, I think Andreikin is doing just perfectly fine here in this position.
Yeah, I think so too. As we're talking, 2 minutes went off his clock, so he's down to 6 minutes now. And yeah, this is definitely going to be an issue because the position is probably going to remain very complicated for the next couple of moves. So yeah, we'll see what he will come up with, but he definitely has to speed up at some point. You definitely cannot get down to a minute or 30 seconds here too easily. So we'll just have to wait and see what is going to happen there. In the meantime, let's have a look at the other game in that group. So that is the game between A-Chan Bakro and Sam Shanglin. That one is the second from the left on the top. Also very important in that group. So we left off after A-Chan took on b4, Sam recaptured the bishop, Bakro took on b5, we saw a trade on the b5 square and knight c7 hitting the queen, and Bakro captured a pawn on b7, and now after rook aba was played, queen a7 and knight takes d5, he played the move knight at g5. So what do you make of the developments in this game?
Oh wow, a lot of things happened, right? A lot of pieces get off the board, and the moment I was thinking like, wow, black just managed to get out of the problems now. Knight comes on g5, attacks this pawn, and knight has a very beautiful road to get on e4, try to get all this on the squares. It really depends how black is going to guard the weakness. There are several ways queen can go on f8, which seems a bit passive, and which seems like this allows white to be very creative and a checkmate in this way. So this means that black cannot really just sit back and make any move. How about the rook c7 to guard this f7 pawn and also counter attack the queen on a7?
Yeah, I like rook to c7. It's more of an active defense. I guess the queen has to drop back to f2. Maybe white still has some chances to attack on the king side. As you mentioned, knight can come back to e4, where it might be headed for the f6 square. I guess rook 81 is also on Bakro's radar. So I still like his position, but I guess Sam has some compensation. Maybe he can activate the rook somehow along the b and c files. So yeah, we'll just have to wait for more moves to happen there. But yeah, with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking another very short break, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back with more action from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break. Join Hikaru and the chess community for a special marathon fundraiser in support of Ukraine. The stream will be filled with special guests and 2 Title Tuesday tournaments. Tune in and help raise money with your favorite chess streamers on twitch.tv/GMHikaru.
Yeah, that's right. It's just happening right now. It's going to continue for some time. It's going to be really long. And just community stands together for the care of Ukraine. And that's really, really nice thing to happen. But Benjamin, we are having here in the first round of the Grand Prix leg 2, and look at this game on the top of the left side. Krzysztof captured the pawn on e6, which is a huge surprise for me that he went for this pawn, and he allowed the opponent to use this pin.
Yeah, it seems like a very risky pawn grab, because indeed the move you mentioned after queen a5, how does he get out of the pin here? Maybe he wants to go knight at d5, bring more pieces into the game. Black could consider a move like knight at g7 maybe to put pressure on the knight on e6, but maybe white has one way to get out of it. Well, what do you think?
What about this move? I could not wait to say this. This is quite common sacrifice in Sicilian position, right? When the rook gets the knight to destroy the pawn structures, and after this, why this is so important move to free the square for the queen, and black can take this knight right after. I don't see a way how white can save the knight on e6.
Yeah, I guess if white recaptures on c3, then after queen c8, I don't see a way how you could protect the knight on e6, and I think black is just winning. So maybe after rook takes c3, white has to go knight takes d8. Black is forced to go bishop takes c3. And how does this work out? Like, let's say white captures on c3. White is up in exchange, right? But maybe black has the move bishop to c8. And how is this knight all of a sudden getting out? Maybe this is what Andrei is considering right now.
Oh, look at this now. How about knight f7, knight f7, bishop c4. You can't play bishop e6. You have to play rook here to guard it. And now there will be something really strange happening to, no, not this one. Excuses. So, something like bishop a6 maybe.
Right, yeah, because the knight on f7 is pinned. So after bishop h6, maybe black still has the move knight g7, but now look at the black pieces. They're all completely tied up. Black cannot make a single move. So maybe white can try to increase the pressure somehow with maybe doubling up on the f file. I don't know. It looks very risky for Andrakin to go into that. So maybe he had something to improve earlier on. So yeah, this is that. So rook takes c3 is a serious option for Andrakin as well. And with only 4 minutes on the clock for Krzysztof, it will not be easy to figure out all the complications.
Benjamin, if you're the one who plays now against Krzysztof, he has 4 minutes. Would you go for rook c3, or would you play queen a5 and keep more tension on the board and more pieces on the board? Or you would just try to spend about 5 minutes to fully calculate rook c3 and then consider which one to just to consider to play that too.
Right. So I guess he's considering rook takes c3. It seems like more of the forcing option. However, if that is not exactly to his liking, or if he can really figure out what is going on, maybe he'll just go queen a5. As you mentioned, just to keep more pieces on the board. The position is still a complete mess because the knight on e6 is pinned and it's not clear how you're getting out of that pin. And then let Krzysztof figure it out with only 4 minutes on the clock. So I think queen a5 is more the practical approach, right? Where you keep all the tension in the position and then make it difficult for your opponent to figure it out with limited time.
Yeah, that's really a nice idea here to play now queen a5. But what here Andrakin is doing, he's still spending some time on rook c3, because if this tactic works, for sure he has to go for it. And this is straightforward line here, and here white has to take this rook, otherwise it will be very big position for white. So this is very likely bishop c8 that the line now both players are thinking.
I think so too, yeah. So yeah, we'll see what is going to happen there. But yeah, this game is going to be very exciting for sure. So is there perhaps another game that you want to have a look at?
Yeah, let's take all the games over here. How about to check out, oh my God, all these games are so interesting. How about to take a game of Richard Robert and Vladimir Fedosiev, as we have not seen the moves there for a long time. To be honest, this is really a nice round at the Grand Prix, because usually they go really slow, a lot of theoretical positions, a lot of equal position. But today in the first round, all the players are going crazy. They show their best, indeed. So Benjamin, we saw this position and we were referring to play 96 move, which was a suggestion of the computer, which looks so unnatural. Even if queen comes in here, it just stops this bishop to going back. So queen f8 with the same idea seems very natural move. So Fedosiev played this one, and we had some of the trades. Bishop gets on h4, bishop e2. Here the question goes to bishop g2. It's not possible to take this pawn here.
Yeah, it seems quite risky to take the pawn on g2. Perhaps it is possible, but I guess white wanted to go rook to g1, hitting the bishop. And if you move the bishop, the pawn on g4 is under attack. So I guess black's only move there would be to go bishop h3. However, it feels quite risky because the bishop on h3 is really offside from the rest of the board. So I guess Fedosiev did not want to go into that. So instead of that, he played queen to g7, perhaps repairing that by defending the pawn on g4 once more. Richard played king f1, defending that pawn. Now Fedosiev activated his rook with rook to e5, and then so bishop g3 went to f5. King g1 was played by Richard, rook e8 by Fedosiev, bringing another piece into the game. Rook d4 by Richard, putting pressure on the bishop and potentially the pawn on g4. Fedosiev played knight to c5, with which he is threatening a little fork on b3. So Richard played queen to d1, covering the b3 square and putting pressure on the pawn on g4. And Fedosiev captured the pawn on h5, and Richard played bishop h4. But for some reason, it seems that black might be in some trouble here, because I guess white is threatening to go b4 to hit the knight, and if the knight moves, then you lose your bishop on e4. You also cannot move your bishop, because then you hang the g4 pawn, which is actually also under attack. So what does black do here? There seems to be a lot of loose points in his position.
Right, and also on top of it, the bishop g4 makes also sense to attack this and this pieces at the same time. We just mentioned three very serious threats. It's just not a next move, it's serious threat where white wins some much, really, and it's super hard for me to figure it out. There is one funny line, Benjamin, look at this, bishop f3. This is a suggestion of the computer. Can you imagine playing bishop f3 here? And he goes out from b4 threat. He goes out by the bishop who was hanging in here, and he got g4 pawn, and there's no bishop g4 at the same time too. This is insane move. This is just an unrealistic move.
Yeah, bishop f3 would be a very nice move by Fedosiev, because indeed the point is if white takes that bishop with his pawn, then black is going to recapture with his pawn, and all of a sudden black has a check on the white king, and white is losing because black gets a huge attack here. So you don't want to do that. Also, taking with the bishop doesn't really work because black is going to take with the pawn. Threaten checkmate on g2 also looks quite risky. So what white maybe can do is go, maybe rook takes g4 is a move. Because if you take with the bishop, I'm going to take with my bishop, and now I attack your rook and your knight and hope that this somehow works out in my favor. You could take with the queen, but then maybe I take anyway, and white should have some compensation here. But yeah, this one is going to be very sharp for sure.
Yeah. You take queen, how here? I got a bit confused. Or another
sorry,
line.
after rook takes g4, queen takes g4 right away.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna make it on the board queen g4, and yeah, this position, yeah, probably bishop takes f3, right?
Bishop takes f3 indeed, and now black could give back the exchange, but I feel like white should be better in the endgame because black has quite some weaknesses. The knight could come to d5 any moment. hitting the pawn on c7. There's also always threats of the knight potentially coming to f6 with a fork. So yeah, let's see whether FIDE first of all will go for the bishop f3 move. I don't see what else he could do. But actually, in the meantime, we have another result. Yu Yangyi and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov already drew their game in Pool D. So, which is kind of what we expected.
Yeah, this was quite a peaceful game starting from the beginning. They didn't really go any complications there, and yeah, none of the sides really had any chances to make any mistake for the opponent, right? So draw makes sense there. So, however, we still have 6 more games to go, and all these games are quite sharp. And I expect at least 2 decisive games out of these 6 games, at least. What do you think about it?
Yeah, no, we already had a decisive result. Vichikov beating Hare Krishna, but I'm sure that in the other games we'll see a lot of excitement as well. So let's check back in the game from Alexander Grishuk, because that one is really heating up. Grishuk, by the way, down to 3 minutes. So yeah, here we have the position on the board. So we left off after the move knight takes c6, and Draken played queen to a5, keeping all attention in the position. Knight at d5 was played by Grishuk, and bishop d8, opening up the attack on the knight on e6. Grishuk played bishop h6, and now his point is that if black takes on e6, which seems to be winning a piece, white goes queen takes e6, queen sacrifice, and if you take that queen, rook f8, checkmate. However, bishop h6 seems to be a mistake, because black might have to move queen takes e1, and if you take the queen, then there's bishop takes e6, hitting the queen. The queen can only go to e3, that's the only square, and then maybe knight at g4, hitting the queen and the bishop. But let's say we go queen d. Oh, if you go queen d2, there's moves like bishop takes d5 in the end, right? Like queen d2,
how we do this right away, or
I guess we take on h6, lure the queen to h6, and then we take on d5. Because if you take the bishop, black takes on e1, and it's actually checkmate. So that'd be insane if Draken finds all of that.
What an insane line here. Let's once again take a look. After bishop h6, this looks so beautiful tactic here from Grishuk. But when you have less time on the clock, you might don't see the opponent's moves, such as queen e1. This is so hard to spot, right? Queen e1 out of nowhere, and now just this queen is really shorten the moves. There's no other square but here should be played, and here there is bishop d5, but knight g4 is such a straightforward move, and knight h6, yeah, right away. Oh, wow.
I was just wondering, after bishop takes e6, if g4 was a move by any chance, but maybe black just takes with the knight, hitting the bishop on h6 and also threatening knight to f2. So that doesn't really seem to be helping either. So I guess in that position, queen e3 is the only move. We go knight at g4, and I think white is just losing material, because as we mentioned, the queen is under attack and the bishop as well. And if you keep defending that bishop, then at the end there's bishop takes d5, and black will get a rook and 2 minor pieces for the queen, which is more than enough for the queen.
Yeah, and in this position, white also has the background problems, right? The bishop cannot be captured because the rook here is just not guarded. And in this position, let's find the way how white can. No, white can't create any danger for the king, right? This king looks exposed, but black can very simply play this bishop here, dart square bishop, guard the king, also try to attack the pawn over here. Knight is also there. This bishop on d3 is actually looking like a taller pawn, cannot really be activated. And as you just mentioned, rook and 2 pieces are over better than the queen, right?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, after bishop takes d5, I don't really see what Grishuk could do there. As you mentioned, all of black's pieces do a pretty good defensive job. The bishop could come back to e6 to be safe, and then maybe the other bishop comes out to f6, and really all the squares around the black king are defended. So I wonder, Andrekin has 11 minutes on the clock. Do you think he sees this queen sacrifice? It would be insane.
That's the question I wanted to ask. Let's ask to our chat too, who is right now on Twitch and YouTube too, if they think that Andrekin now sees the queen e1 move. If you guys think, just let us know in the chat. I have a feeling that when you are playing where there are some threats and you're trying to avoid the threats, you are looking for some passive moves. So a move like this, queen e1, is just very, very hard to spot. It's just very hard to spot. And maybe consider here moves like knight f7 to cut this rook from the file and attack the bishop. And also he's also having 10 minutes on the clock. It's not too much of the time to somehow divide to analyze all the candidate move you have. So my answer is like no, I don't know. It can be no. What about you? What do you think?
I guess we'll find out shortly. But the thing for Andrekin is that I don't really see any other options for him. So then maybe he's forced to find it, right? Because what other moves does he have? I mean, maybe a move that you mentioned, like knight to f7. However, it feels like white should have something strong there, like maybe rook takes f7 there to sacrifice more pieces.
Yeah, that's the full whole point. Like maybe he's considering this line only here. Rook king f7, which I made loses the game. I think tonight g5 or knight d8. The idea is that you give a check here and then you take the bishop. It can be maybe from d8. Better way to be proceed this one. So after rook f7, there is another move. Is that?
Well, you could take the rook on e1 as well, and then force the white rook to connect f1.
Oh yeah, this is.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking? If this is a good move, how about to take it now? And if queen takes, now to take here, this is. Oh no, it's a it's discovery check and it's losing.
Oh, but you have bishop f1. You have bishop f1.
Bishop's also there, yeah.
Because then you can still checkmate if black takes the queen.
Yeah, that's my point. There are so many lines that right now Andrekin is considering. Maybe he will be smooth like that. I don't know. What our chat thinks.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. He's still thinking in the current position. He's down to 8.5 minutes. But yeah, I'd be very, very impressed if he finds his move. Queen takes e1. That'd be amazing if he finds that whole sequence that we just showed, because it seems very difficult to find that black is doing well there. So yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait for more moves. Is there perhaps another game that has caught your attention?
Yeah. Just because here we have so tense position and also a time problem, maybe we can just keep watching this one and wait Andrekin's next move. You know, if he's not making a next move really quick, he can find himself also time pressure. And this is move 21. They were gonna make 21 black side move, and still they're gonna have to play 19 more moves. And I can't imagine that these moves will be peaceful moves. We might have some blunders here coming up.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out shortly. So let's see. In the meantime, FIDE is just up a piece against Shirov. He should be winning this one, I believe. Shirov also down to a minute on the clock. So let's see what has happened there. So we left off after Shirov took the pawn on b3. FIDE gave a check on b6. Shirov stepped with the king to b8. Bishop f4 check came. Bishop to d6. And bishop c4 hitting the queen and the knight on b3. Shirov played queen e8. But wait, FIDE just took the knight on b3. Isn't he just up a piece here?
Yeah, just like that. This is so strange, queen e8, right? Was there a queen e7 just to keep this queen? But it's the same result. It's the same result.
I guess, yeah, it's just the same thing. So maybe what FIDE could have done, apparently the only move is to go e3, because now you disconnect the queen's defense of the knight on b6, but all very, very complicated stuff. But yeah, in the current position, it just seems like he's down a piece. Shirov played the move rook to g8, but I don't see what black has here in this position.
Yeah, in this case, if Shirov played instead of rook g8 e3, now it allows queen to get on this file, and the rook is pinned and rook can take the knight. So first he goes rook g8, but now white is free to move the knight, right? And it will no longer hang in.
Indeed, yeah, maybe that's what Shirov missed, the move queen g3 that you pointed out. So yeah, maybe just knight c4 now, hitting the rook. I guess Shirov wants to go rook to d3, hit the bishop on b3, and the pawn on f3, but white should be winning here one way or another. Also, Vidit still has 11 minutes on the clock against 1 minute and 50 seconds for Shirov, so Shirov seems to be in a lot of trouble here, and I think Vidit's just gonna win this game.
Yeah, Benjamin, our chat goes crazy, and they were suggesting to see the game of Fedosiev, as it seems like there was some sort of blunder. Shall we take a look at the game and check out what is happening in there?
I think that there has been a transmission error. So after the move bishop f3 that we pointed out, Richard did go rook takes g4, and all these next moves didn't really make sense. Queen g6 was played, rook to g5, queen takes g5, bishop takes f3, and queen to g4. This did not happen. After rook takes g4, I think Fedosiev played queen takes g4 and then bishop takes f3. So the position we have is
this is joke, Benjamin. Look at this. Look at this one. This is so funny. G6 squares, then rook g5, queen g4. This is just a joke. So you say that after this one, this is the position, and actually it's the same position, but it is white to move. Sorry, black to move.
Black to move. Exactly. Yeah. Right. So the position is correct, but it's black to move indeed. So let's try to so after bishop takes f3, I guess black has two moves. I think you have to go queen g6 or rook takes f3 if you take the pawn on c4. White is going to take on h5, and white should have a winning advantage with the two bishops against the rook, and white can also still launch an attack on the black king. So I guess rook takes f3 is probably forced. Queen g6 is a move, but it looks very risky. Like maybe white
knight d5, right? Here.
I like knight d5 because white has a little trick here. You hit the pawn on c7, and let's say black goes c6, right, to defend against all of that. Then white goes bishop takes h5, and if you recapture with your rook, there's knight f6 check, and you pick up the rook, and white is winning.
Yeah, and also Benjamin, knight d5 creates another threat here, knight e7. To try to win an exchange in this way, and then open up the H file for the rook to additionally attack the knight. So seems like in this position it is black to move, and rook takes f3 is the move that black has to play. Oh, okay,
right. So
they fixed it.
The board is updated. Yeah. So after bishop takes f3. Fedosiev gave back the exchange, so he took an f3. Richard took, and after the trade, he played c6, making sure that knight cannot jump to the d5 square. So Richard played king to g2, and now he's ready to go rook to d1. And that pawn on d6 looks very difficult to protect. So I really like Richard's chances here in the endgame.
Black has two weaknesses here, h6 and d6. Although it seems like black can also play rook e6 to guard both weaknesses. But we do know the idea of two weaknesses. Like when you have two weaknesses, it's just harder to guard both of them. And white can also start to create another weakness on the queen side, either by push the pawns, or white can also get some space advantage on the king side. Yeah, I also like how Richard got from that position in here in the end game, where he has nothing to lose and nothing to risk.
Right, and in the meantime, Andrakin found the queen sacrifice. He went queen takes e1. So let's try to pull that up. An absolutely amazing sequence.
Wow, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Let me put that very quickly. I was wrong with that. He was actually calculating queen e1 sacrifice, which just happened in here. So rook took this, bishop
Right,
e6.
so bishop takes e6. The queen is under attack. The only square you have is e3, and now knight at g4, hitting the queen on e3 and the bishop on h6. So Grishuk went queen to d2. But after black captured the bishop, you might be wondering, why did he not recapture? But if you take the knight on h6, black goes bishop takes d5. And you cannot take this bishop because black will take the rook on e1 and white is checkmated. So an amazing queen sacrifice by Andrekin. He now has a rook and 2 minor pieces for the queen, so he must be winning here. Let's see. And also Grishuk only has 1 minute on the clock. Let's see how he will try to close this one out.
Oh yeah. Now that is hanging, and I believe that Andrekin doesn't want to allow Grishuk to open up the G file, so there will be some checks. Maybe this knight will jump on G7 or F6, or this knight will jump on G4 to cover the diagonal, so the bishop will not be any longer able to take the knight on H5. But yeah, anyways, all black needs now just to regroup the pieces together, activate also this bishop's position and knight's position, both knight's position, and it will be very tough to play with just one queen against all these pieces. What do you think, Benjamin? He's going to get rid of this very active knight, or he will just ignore that knight in the center?
I think he will ignore the knight for now. I kind of like the move that you suggested, knight at g4, because you solved two problems at once, right? The knight on h6 was hanging, and white was also threatening to go bishop takes h5 to ruin black's pawn structure on the king side. So yeah, I really like that move. So I think that's the move he's gonna go for, and it's looking tough for Grishuk there, with also especially with only 1 minute on the clock.
Yes, and all of this started when he found himself really low on the time, and when he captured in that low time on the clock the pawn on e6, which looked really, really scary, as black is not going to recapture this knight back, but just steps aside. And now bishop d8, also quite a strong move, hitting this knight. And after bishop h6, I am sure that he just blundered queen e1 move in his calculation.
Yeah, queen takes one, an absolutely amazing queen sacrifice by Andrekin, and it's looking very good for him now. But as we speak, he's played the move knight to g7, which still hangs the knight on h6. However, I guess if you take the knight now, black still wants to capture on d5. And if you recapture with your pawn, I guess he wants to go rook takes c2. And you simply cannot defend the bishop on e2. Your queen simply does not have a square from which it protects that bishop. So black will still win back the minor piece here with a winning material advantage. However, it is not over just yet. We cannot count out Grishuk. We know he's still very strong, even when he only has 30 seconds on the clock. But given the fact that the position also looks tough here, it's a really difficult situation for him.
Yes. Seconds on the clock by the time we have right now. It can be a little bit more or less from the actual game. We don't know, actual time, we don't know exactly. But the fact that he's in time trouble is real. He goes with rook f1 right now. He wants to get out of the pin and probably tries to save at least a rook in this game, because just imagine if there is only one queen against 2 pieces and the rook. There is just no chance for white. And as long as white has enough pieces on the board, he can try to defend the game.
For sure, yeah. So now this knight is under attack on h6. So I guess now finally Andrekin will play something like knight f7. And it will be tough for Grishuk as to how he can create counterplay. The knight can come to e5 from where it will control everything. So I think Andrekin is just gonna win this game, but we'll have to wait and see. So in the meantime, has there been another game that has caught your attention?
Let's get all the boards on the screen and take a very, very quick look to the other games too. Lots of action is happening in all the games.
Maybe we can have a look at the game between Anish and Tabatabai.
It was on the top in the corner. That's what I was trying to focus and zoom my eyes. So let's get in there very, very quickly to check out what happens. And Tabatabai had also time problem on the clock for long ago.
Yeah, so Tabatabai only 32 seconds on the clock. That shows that he made his last move with only 2 seconds. So let's see what is happening. So Anish still 6.5 minutes. Maybe he just, let's say white takes on b7. What does black even do?
Oh, sorry, I just jumped back from the position.
Oh, sorry.
That we stopped. I will very, very quickly get in there because I jumped before you started to suggest that.
So tell us what happened. Yeah.
Yes. So here we have the position where it seems like Giri is going around quite a lot. And he's creating the pressure all over the board. First, he was going to the king side. Now he decided to get on the queen side. He captured e6 pawn, but captured d4 pawn. But hold on, it's not that dangerous to have too much pieces on d file.
Yeah, it looks very risky. Anish has some good options here. Rook to d3 looks very tempting because you hit the bishop, and if the bishop moves, you hang your knight on d7. But what about rook takes b7? I guess black has to take it, and if you recapture, where are you going to go with the knight? Because if you go knight to c5, I guess we just trade, and as black recaptures, I guess bishop c3 always looks extremely dangerous, hitting the pawn on g7. So
sorry, which line you were referring? I think I missed something.
So in the current position, rook takes b7.
Rook b7. Okay.
Right. And then after the trade, I was saying that if black goes knight to c5, then white takes on bishop c3. That looks very, very scary.
It looks very scary. Look at this line. If rook goes on g8 here and guards the g7 pawn, you know the answer. It's queen h6, a beautiful checkmate. So this is very strong attack. All the pieces are attacking the black's king, and it seems like there's no coordination in black's pieces. So after bishop d4, it seems like white has two very strong moves, right? This and this one.
Yeah, so rook takes b7 looks very scary for black, but yeah, let's have a look at rook to d3. So what does black do there? The bishop is under attack. We said that it cannot move. Maybe black can go rook to e8, hitting the queen, and I guess we have to go to f5 to keep defending. Oh, actually, as we speak, he has captured on b7. So let's try to go back to the live game because both players are very low on the clock. So Tabatabai took. Okay, Anish is going to take now as well. And then what does black do with the knight?
It's very interesting. Maybe he wants to play knight f6 to have this knight on the king side and to have to keep the bishop on this diagonal.
Yeah, I guess if black goes knight at f6, knight d6 looks very, very tempting to go knight to f7, but also knight f5 in some cases, hitting the bishop and the pawn on g7. Tabatabai down to 30 seconds. What else can he do? I mean, maybe
you can do rook e8 as well.
Well, rook e8, rook d7 loses, I think.
Queen c5 was knight c5 was played in here, so we might have here knight c5 right away as the queen, rook, and the knight are hanging at the same time. Knight c5, bishop c5, and bishop c3 is so strong move.
Right, so knight c5 on the board. Anish has traded. So let's see. So bishop c3 looks very, very tempting. Maybe black still has bishop d4 because if you go rook. If rook d7, maybe there's still queen f6.
Oh, that's a sneaky move. Oh, that's sneaky move. You can take this pawn, queen is hanging. If queen takes and bishop takes, and black is safe here in this position. White has an extra pawn, but it's rook endgame and can try to hold.
Indeed, yeah. Here black is still hanging on, even though he's down a pawn. So let's see. Maybe what white could do is go rook d7 right away, but that might give black the option of going queen f6 now. And I feel like white should be winning here one way or another. This pawn on a5 is hanging in many variations. However, I don't see anything right away. So we'll see what Anish will come up with.
Yeah, let's have this position now. He has 4 minutes. He goes rook d7 right away, attacking the queen. And after queen f6, he might try to trade the queens and then bring the bishop on c3 and then try to catch the, grab the pawn on g7.
Oh, and in the meantime, we have another result. So we see that FIDE has beaten Alexei Shirov with the white pieces. So let's try to pull that game up.
Right, yeah, let's do it really quickly here. Knight c4 was played. That's what we were also suggesting, and they played few more moves. Why to avoid any complication on the king side and open up the oh my god, what's happening, Benjamin? Those are crazy moves. And bishop h7 was the last move, and here black resigns.
Yeah, so the problem for Shirov is that his rook on g8 is under attack, and there's simply not much you can do. If you go rook h8, maybe the easiest way to win for white is just to trade on b7, and if black recaptures, we bring more pieces into the game with rook to b1. And yeah, Shirov is just down a piece here, and it feels like he just doesn't have anything. So a very nice win for FIDE in round 1 in pool C.
Yeah, I can also try, Benjamin, here to try to get this bishop in this way, just to pin. Yeah, it's good timing to resign here. So 3 games down. We still have a lot of games to go. Which game would you like to focus right now? Because all of them seems to be very interesting, and also there are time troubles, all of them.
Right. Let's have a look at the game between Etienne Bacrot and Sam Shankland, as the players are in time pressure there as well. We see here, so a lot has happened since we last had a look. So actually, after knight g5, queen c7 was played. So Caddy, walk us through the last couple of moves.
Yeah, I'm gonna go very quickly as we're having time trouble. Maybe we can later come in this position and cover it more, but look at this idea. Beautiful breakthrough of the pawn chain here. Then black has to take with e-pawn, and this is a position, this is the move that Sam just made here, and very often this pawn sacrifice is followed up by another pawn sacrifice here to open up the king's position, but it seems like this is not the most precise way to do it. It can be a reason that the knight is hanging here first, or f4 can be also some move, or just to take in on e6. Another move that we might think can be something like rook f5. Can it be?
Yeah, rook takes f5 is definitely a move. Black cannot take that rook, because if you take, there's knight e6 check. So you give a check on the king, and also you block the queen from coming back to defend. The king has to move over to h8, and then there's queen g7 checkmate. So that rook will not be taken for sure by Shankland. So what else can he do then? I mean, white has an attack on the f7 pawn, and actually rook takes f5 is on the board. So we see Bacrot down to 4.5 minutes. Sam has 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Still a very tricky position.
Yeah, that's right. Here, I think the black has to get rid of this knight, which creates so much danger, and just to capture the knight by the bishop, and then try to put the pieces together. Maybe even, no, it's dangerous just to even say to play queen e6 here. It might fall for bishop g4. Yeah, I think this is gonna happen here.
Right, yeah, I guess we take with the queen. Indeed, the g-pawn is still pinned, so he cannot take the rook. And white's, it feels like white still has a strong attack on the king. So let's see, the players are approaching the time control. They have to make 3 more moves to receive an additional 30 minutes. So what do you think Sam will do after queen takes g5? Maybe something like queen c1? Because even though black's down a pawn, the endgame should be pretty good, because black is very active. The knight could come to c3, where it would hit the pawn on a2. And if black captures that pawn, the a-pawn is suddenly going to become extremely dangerous. So white probably should. Oh,
oof, another game has just ended. Let's very quickly take a look, which is that game. see also what happened. The game of Grishchuk against Andrekin just ended. And I can show the last position. Oh, wow, a lot of pieces are gone for black. So after knight g7, there was a check, and black just started to put the pieces together, as black has quite a lot of pieces for a queen, and slowly outplayed. And here we had a resignation as bishop gets on this diagonal, and there are some serious threats to keep a check. And I kind of have a feeling that Grishchuk couldn't hold it anymore, and he just resigned here.
Indeed, yeah. Here we see the problem why the two rooks and the rook and the two minor pieces are stronger than the queen. It's simply because black has more pieces to attack with. So black can, let's say, move the rook to e2, hit the pawn on g2. So black has multiple pieces to attack that pawn, but it only has the queen to defend. So sooner or later, all the white pawns are going to drop off. That's why Grishchuk resigned. So Andrekin picks up a huge win here in the first round with the black pieces and gets an early lead in Pool A.
Yeah, that's right. So we do have 4 games down, 4 games to go. And out of these 4 games, we have 3 decisive results, which is, we don't see this every day at Grand Prix or any strong events where all these players are here. And I think the average rating of the tournament is quite high. So here we have the overall look of the round first of Grand Prix 2022. And which game should we now focus? I can see that Giri has captured all the pawns on the king side, and they have an end game in there. Down there in the corner is also end game of Maxim Vachilegrad and Pratke, and another 2 games which we have in progress. Richard report another corner, and Belgrade. Oh, we have to see that game. Look at this, Benjamin. E6 was just played by Bakro.
Oh, e6, very nice move by Bakro. So now I guess if black takes on e6, maybe he wants to go rook takes d5, sacrifice the exchange. Now, if you take the queen, we just recapture with the rook and we're up a piece. Yeah. So black is probably forced to take that rook on d5. I guess then we take with the queen. And I guess white city is like, let's say black plays something like king h8. Maybe what he wants to do is go queen e5 check, force king g8, and then bishop f3. Hit the queen on c1 and threaten bishop d5 check, which would basically be checkmate.
Oh wow, this is very dangerous here for black, and I don't really know how black is going to save the position. For now, c1 might not be a problem, but bishop d5 is a serious problem, and white can always push the pawn forward h4 just to have no more backrank weaknesses, and also to create some more danger here, h5, h6, or just to take this pawn over here. Wow, that's very nice move, e6. Is there any move that we can consider here for black? For instance, take on g5.
I guess black has to trade the queens on g5 here. So after queen takes g5, probably what Bakro wants to do is go e takes f7 check. But then let's say black goes king to f8, we take on g5. What if black goes knight b4 there, hitting the pawn on a2? Because once again, if black takes the pawn on a2, the a pawn is going to be extremely dangerous. And to be honest, I don't see how white can defend that pawn.
Yeah, Sam surely looked very farther in the future when he put all this pawn all the way on a3 and fix this pawn on a2, and bishop is simply unable to guard a2. If the rook comes to defense of this pawn, this allows the black's rook to be activated on the first rank. So this way white is simply losing. After e6, queen takes g5 also just simplifies the position, right? So we do have it, and this is the position we have right now.
Indeed, all of this is on the board, and the players have reached move 40, so now they have time to think again. But if you're Bakro, you don't really want to spend, although there's one move that actually makes sense, which is the move rook e8. If that move would not exist, he should just play rook takes g5 right away, but he has taken the queen on g5. So now I guess Sam has to play knight b4. Knight c3 is also an option, but this blocks the c rook from coming into the game. So knight b4 looks like the logical move.
Right. Is there a move like rook a5 to counterattack the pawn on a3?
That's a good question. Maybe black. So black could go rook a8, but then maybe we just take and go rook. Oh wait, that's very unpleasant for white. There is the move rook a8, and if white takes and goes rook e2, right, to defend the pawn on a2, black goes rook to d8, and you cannot defend that bishop on d1 properly, because if you go bishop to c2, black can just take it. You cannot recapture due to rook d1 checkmate. So then you're forced to go rook to d1, and black will capture the pawn on a2, and it's going to become very, very tricky.
In this position, I don't really believe that white can survive here. Knight comes back on c3 and a2, and those pieces cannot really stop the a pawn as they're not the active pieces. So let's get in this position. Knight b4 or knight c3 even seems to be a serious threat for black.
Right. Yeah. And actually, as we speak, another result has just come in. Richard Rapport and Fedoseev just drew their game. So let's update the viewers real quick about what happened there in the last couple of moves. So we left off after the move king g2 was played by white. Black played rook to e6. So the position looked very promising, but somehow Richard wasn't able to put real pressure on Fedoseev. He played the move rook to d1, f5 by Fedoseev, knight e2, knight b3. Good move by Fedoseev, stopping knight at d4. Bishop g3 was played, rook to g6, king h3 by white. But he went knight a5, which was quite an annoying move because there's no easy way to protect the pawn on c4. So white played rook to c1, c5 now, and after b4, knight c6, he captured on c5 with a draw offer, which was accepted by Fedoseev. So it feels like Rapport definitely missed some chances here to put real pressure on Fedoseev, but the game ends in a draw.
Yeah, this b takes c5 and draw was offered from Rapport. We really liked his position in this endgame, but after trading the pawns, I believe that black can now take with the d pawn, get rid of the weakness, and this knight can always come back and attack the pawn on c4. So yeah, it was a good timing to offer a draw in here. So this means that we do have only 3 games in progress right now, and we do have the end games in most of the games, and we do have in the game of Bakro and Sam Shankland night before right there, as we have predicted. Shall we see the game of Anish Giri and Budpai? I mean, as we do have less and less pieces on the board, so we can take a look how we got in there.
Yeah, so a lot has happened here over the last couple of moves. So after the queen trade happened, bishop c3 was played by Anish. So black took the pawn on f4, bishop takes g7, the king had to go to g8. Now Anish captured on h6. So he's up 2 pawns, but black went rook a4, going for counterplay on the queen side. So Anish was like, okay, you can have my pawns, and he just goes straight forward. He goes g4, rook takes a2, and g5, rook takes c2, and king to g3. So bishop e3 was played by Tabatabaye to make sure that white can now play g6. So Anish gave a check. The king had to go to h7, because if you go to f7, there's g6 check, and white collects the bishop on e3. So king h7 by Tabatabaye on the board. But maybe what Anish can do here is just go king to g4. His idea is to go king h5, and then g6 will be checkmate. And I don't see how black can stop that.
Let me show this on the board after king h5. I think after king h5, there is no way to avoid that kind of checkmate on the board. Wow, it looks like a really brilliant way to end the game. And you know, if you play rook c5 to stop the checkmate, then it can be rook d7 and get the king on g6. This is so dangerous, and black has no control over the dark back ring. So it's going to be game over at any moment. So Tabatabaye has to be really careful after king g4. But we do have a check here. He gave a check. Let me show it. So he gave a check first, and now he goes for... No, this is my line. So
King h7 is the last move on the board. So the players have reached move 14. Actually, as we speak, Anish has just played the move king to g4. Once again, he wants to go king to h5 and then g6 checkmate. So yeah, it's looking very tough here for Tabatabai. His a pawn isn't really too far advanced, and in the meantime, his own king is getting checkmated on the king side. But at least now he has half an hour to try to come up with a defense.
Yeah, Benjamin, not many player knows about Amit Tabatabai as yeah, we don't see him much of played this elite tournament or big tournaments. He has qualified to the Grand Prix from a World Cup, and he's only 20 years old. Great master from Iran, and his rating is more than 2,600. So let's hope to see him more and more in the big tournaments, as he is quite promising young grandmaster.
For sure, yeah, he's still very young, and also as he's playing in a Grand Prix, very talented. So yeah, we'll see a lot more from him for sure in the future. This tournament, maybe he's losing this game against Anish, but I'm sure that he is gaining a lot of valuable experience, and he will definitely use that to improve his game. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back. All the games have reached a time control. The players will now get some time to relax, but more action is coming your way right after the break at the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys then.
Welcome back at the FIDE Grand Prix 2022, leg 2 and round 1. I'm Katie, this is Benjamin, and we do have a lot of games already done in all over the groups. So let's take a look once again at the groups. We do have 16 players and 4 groups. Right now they are playing against each other, and here we have in Group A, Andrekin won against Grishtuk. We have another game to Benjamin, ended in Group B, a very Vitugov won against Hare Krishna. He used the opportunity where Hare Krishna blundered the move, and he never gave up the chance. In Group C, all the games are finished, and by the all I meant 2 games have been finished. And then we have Group D that ended also in a tie of the match. So yeah, still we do have some games going on right now. They have played already 40 moves, and they are using probably their time to fresh a little bit, calm a little bit, and figure out what to do next. And Benjamin, what are you usually do when you have played 40 moves, you got your 30 minutes increment? What's the first thing you do? Tell us.
I think most players, they go to the restroom, and then after that just get some water to refresh, or some coffee, whatever you prefer, maybe a little snack, but just really, I guess, relax for a little bit and then refocus on the game. And so I'm sure that is what Anish and Tabatabai just did when they reached the 40th move. And if we have a quick look at the standings, we see that Vichikov is taking a early lead after he beat Hare Krishna in that game, but it looks like Anish has very good chances to catch up with him. In the other groups, we see that Andrekin took the lead by beating Grishuk with the black pieces, a huge win for him in round number 1. The game between Shengland and Bakro will probably end in a draw, so I guess Andrekin will be the sole leader. In Group C, we see that Vidit has taken the lead there after he was the only winner in round number 1. And in Group D, the game between MVL and Pretka, will pull the one up later, will probably end in a draw, so they will all be tied for the lead. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Still a lot of things happening right now, and there might be some of the end games which is a bit calm, but we still have one game of Anish Giri and by Armin, really tense. It is an end game, but we have seen some of the ideas how White can try to checkmate or even get better position slowly and try to outplay there. So this is really funny. After getting some increments on the clock, you really spend some time to go to the restroom and get some drink, and when you come back at the board, you have to think on your position, and very soon you find again yourself into the time trouble, right? So it's not like you have a vacations after 40 moves, but you have to be very quickly back into the game and just focus fully on your game.
Indeed, yeah, don't be fooled. Those 30 minutes can easily pass by. So we see Anish has just played the move King to H5. He was threatening G6 checkmate, which is why Tabatabai played Rook to D5, pinning that G pawn. But now the problem for Black is his pieces can't really move. Maybe Anish can just make an improving move like Rook to A8, stopping that A pawn. And what is Black gonna do? Right, Black has to make sure that he keeps covering the A7 square. You don't want to allow Rook A7 check. You also kind of want to protect that pawn on A5. So it's really tough for Tabatabai. He cannot make easy progress. And in the meantime, maybe Anish can push that H pawn a little bit off the board, and then slowly but surely, maybe move like Rook A6, go after the C pawn as well, and slowly but surely make progress.
Benjamin, what do you think about moves such as like Bishop F8 at some point to try to trade the bishops to just to try to get then the control over those pawns and try to gather ones? Is this one that White can consider, or White wishes to just keeps the bishop here to create some mating nets? What do you think the best option here for White?
Yeah, I think Bishop F8 makes a lot of sense. But indeed, as you mentioned, I think it's also nice for White to keep that bishop on H6, because he will always have that mating net. If G6 lands on the board, it is actually checkmate, which ties the rook down to the D5 square. So we'll see how Anish will proceed from here. But I think Rook A8 makes a lot of sense, because let's say you play H4 here, This will give black the time to go a4, and if you go rook a8 now black can play a3, right? Whereas if you go rook a8 in the current position, that will force black to make a reactive move, like he has to move the bishop somewhere.
Yeah, maybe white don't really have that much time to push the pawn, and white can also push this pawn at the moment when there is some 6-5 situation, so black can't really move around, because look at this king being already just stuck over here, and black can't really move. If white somehow stops all the pieces moving, then moves like this can be quite useful in that situation, right?
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, I really like Anish's winning chances here. His pass pawns on king side seems way more dangerous than black's pawns on the queen side. But with all that being said, what other games do we still have going on?
Yeah, let's take a look at bird eye view here, and we can see that the game of Etim Bakro and Sam Shankland is on the top game here. Etienne goes for bishop g4. He just decides to activate the bishop and counterattack the rook on c8. And this, although it allows black to activate the rook, black can play rook c2. Seems like white also is going to activate his pieces rather than to go some passive defense. What happens after rook, for instance, on c2?
That is a very good question, yeah, because I don't see how white could protect the pawn on a2, but maybe he can just give that pawn up. Like, let's say white plays a move like h4, making some progress on the king side. If black takes the pawn on a2 with his rook, maybe white just goes rook a5. And what can black do in that position, right? Because the rook on a2 cannot move. You always hang the pawn on a3. So maybe that is what he is intending. And in the meantime, maybe with moves like h5, create play on the king side. But I don't really see another move for Sam. I think rook c2 is the only move which makes sense. Because if you go rook c... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to do. I like this move also. Additionally, there is threat knight d3, attack the rook, and knight f2 check. And you might lose some piece after h60 or any other move. Also, the end game, rook endgame might be a bit tough. Then it's so knight d3, knight f2 can be something additional here for black, right?
Yeah, you make a very good point. So maybe what Bakro should do after the move rook c2 is maybe play h3, because then let's say black takes on a2, we have rook to a5. So knight d3 is definitely a move here, but knight f2 is not really a threat because our bishop on g4 will always be protected. So let's see, as we speak, rook, okay, the live transmission says rook c4, but okay, rook c2. I think there was a glitch there for a second.
Yeah, rook c2 is on the board, and it is white to move right now. Most like this, bishop e6, bishop c4, and rook e5, rook e8 is just too slow. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. Yeah, once again, this can be under some sort of knight d3 threat, or even after bishop e6, this knight can take. Can I take here and then rook c1? This is so annoying, Benjamin. Rook e5 is super annoying here, and to attack the pawn on a3, right?
Yeah, that looks like a nice idea as well. So let's see. So bishop e6. Maybe what black can do is he could take with the rook, and if rook a5, maybe something like rook to b2. Because if we take the pawn on a3, black has knight to c2 to hit the rook on a3 and the rook on e1. However, white can still defend with the only move. Bishop e6, by the way, has been played. So I guess now Sam will take on a2. I don't see anything else that makes sense. And I guess after rook takes a2, white has to go rook a5.
But what happened? Can white still do something like this, or it's a mistake? I think, yeah, it can be a mistake, because now seems like knight c2 and rook a1 can happen, right?
It's a good question, yeah. Because I guess after bishop c4, black cannot play something like rook to b2, because then white will go rook ge5, and with rook e8 to come, black is simply getting checkmated. So that could be Bakro's idea, but indeed, black has time to defend. So maybe something like rook to d2, And if rook g e5, rook d d8. And this position is quite double-edged. The pawn will march to a2, and it's very close to promotion there.
Right. Yeah. That's very interesting position, but white always has this rook a2 and rook a5 to force black to be stuck on a3 pawn, guarding this pawn, and then white can also next move bring bishop c4 with the same threat, rook a to e5.
Right. Yeah. So after rook a2, rook a5 is also an option. Maybe so. Sam has after rook a5, he has two options. He could go rook to b2, threaten to go a2, but this would allow Bakro to make a draw if Bakro wants. So he could take on a3. Black has to go knight c2, forking both the rooks. But white has the only move rook a1, or you have to somehow protect both the rooks. And black will take on e1. We will recapture. And
I don't catch it. I'm still on rook b2.
Right, so rook b2, rook takes a3, and then knight c2.
All right, yeah, that's it.
Right, and then the only move would be rook a1 to defend both the rooks, and then black has to take one of the rooks. And black is up in exchange, but white has two pawns, so the game should end in a draw. So let's see. So question will be, by the way, more moves have been made. Sam did take on a2 with the rook, so now we'll see what Bakro will do.
Yeah, just a second. I will very quickly move to the game. Which game you just suggested? Sorry.
Sorry, we were talking about the game between Bakro and Sam.
Okay, yeah, still here. Okay. All right, this is currently the position, bishop e6 and bishop e2.
Right, so let's see what Bakro will do. To me, rook a5 seems like the most logical move to try to stop the a pawn. Right, and actually one game we haven't had a look at in a while is the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alexander Predke. We mentioned earlier how Maxime was on the defensive, but it seems like he's done a very good job of holding this one together. So if we go ahead.
Switch in here. Earlier, Benjamin, we had a comment in our chat, in our Twitch chat, that I thought Maxime Vachier-Lagrave would lose by this time already, as his positioning was quite heavy, but Maxime is also very good in defense, and he's always find very last resource that you're not even aware of that exists. So he's very good a player who can also play a worst position with some things going on the board, and he's not just going straight forward lines, right? He's just keeping some tension.
Indeed, yes. So as we see here, he sacrificed the pawn, but in the meantime, he activated his pieces. The rook comes to d7. Black is defending everything, but it's very difficult for black to make progress. So after rook to d7, black played the move rook to e8. King h2 was played by Maxime, and c6, rook c7, putting the rook behind the pawn. Queen e6 by Predke. He trades the queens and goes into the endgame, but once again, how is black ever going to make progress? Right, so Maxime went f4, g6, g4, king f8, king to g2, rook e2 check was played, king f3, and rook c2. But once again, it feels like black can barely make progress. So h4 by Maxime, and after rook c4, h5, trying to target the black pawns on the king side. King g7, we saw a trade, and rook to d7. And I feel like this game should be a draw, right?
It seems to me that black cannot really improve the position. And very likely we might see some more pawn trade on the king side, and then this pawn cannot really go further. It takes some time. It will take some time, and also the fact that it's so close to the king, white can just bring the king to guard it and then try to control the king side by the rook. Or it can be the otherwise, just to keep this rook here on c file and just king on the king side and guarding these 2 pawns. So it should not be really hard task here for white to make a draw out of this position.
I think so too, yes. I'm pretty confident that MVL will make the draw here. So that would, so then in Pool D, all the players would be tied for first place. So let's have a look. Has anything happened on the other boards in the meantime? So we talked about Anish Giri's game. Maybe we can pull that up once again real quick.
Yeah,
so,
right. Let's do it. Here
so
we have, oh, look at this. We have rook e8 first, bishop d4, and now h4. What goes for this move? It's very interesting. If you bring this bishop on b6, this can be under rook b8, rook b7 attack, and then white can start to activate the king. Also, I have a feeling like after bishop b7, white can bring this bishop on g7 and then on f6 to cover the 6th rank and then bring the king on g6, and that can be for sure winning, as this pawn is unstoppable. So here black should be really careful where to bring the bishop, right? For instance, also bishop f2 can be under rook f8 and rook f7 check, and it will be really hard for me to find any way if this bishop gets on f6, for instance, and then king g6, how black is going to save the game.
Yeah, you make a very good point. It's really difficult for black to make a move here, because you cannot start pushing the c pawn, because then first of all you hang the pawn on a5, but you also allow rook a7 check. This rook has to stay on the 5th rank because it has to stop g6, and this bishop also has to always keep guarding the a7 square. So I don't even see a move here for black. Like, let's say you wait with rook b5, right? Maybe to go c5.
Yeah, after rook b5, I was thinking about rook d8. Oh, then you can come rook d5.
Right, then rook d5, I guess. Yeah. But maybe rook c8 to hit the pawn on c6 and threaten rook to c7.
Yeah, maybe that's what black should do. You know, if black white should do, if black goes with a4, now rook can come back on e8, and as the bishop is no longer on this diagonal, a3 is impossible. If you bring the rook on b4, this might look, oh, it's a good square, then you have f2, a bishop f2 here, and there's a checkmate in fact, but we already have seen something similar position earlier, and it's g6, right? The checkmate.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, very tough position for Amin Tabatabai. In the meantime, we have more moves in the game between Etienne Bacro and Sam Shankland, which we see on the second to left on the top. So after rook takes a2, rook a5 was played, and it seems like this game is headed for a draw. So if we so rook takes a2, rook a5 was played, rook to b2, and all the moves that we talked about are on the board. So rook takes a3, knight is c2, forking both the rooks, but Etienne goes back with the rook, rook a1, and now Sam can take either rook. But this game, I already have a feeling how this game is going to end in a draw. He's going to take the rook on, let's say, e1. Etienne is going to recapture, and then what black will probably do is just give back the exchange on b3. White will recapture, black takes the bishop, and then the pawn on f7 will be captured really quickly, and the game is just going to be a draw.
Yeah, you know, if black is not going to here, there's pretty hard to imagine that black is the one who is here trying to win, because this bishop is already pushed all the way to f7. It's quite dangerous. If you lose the control over the back ring, there will be some really ugly things happening to black, and the bishop will never move away from this diagonal. Bishop c4 guards the b3 pawn, and this pawn guards the bishop back, so white has actually nothing to worry, and there is no time for another rook to get on the second rank, as anytime the rook leaves the back rank, there will be rook e8 and f8 queen. So yeah, I think we're gonna see here this game ending in a draw in a few moves.
Yeah, because also I think black probably should give back the exchange on b3, because let's say you make a waiting move like after rook e1, there is a little trick. Let's say you play a move like h6, right? We're going to go bishop to c4, and let's say you go rook 2 takes b3 now. Now white has the move rook e8 check, and if you take, we make a queen, black takes, and now at the end of it all, we take the rook on b3 and we win. So I think instead of that, black will probably just take on b3 and the game is gonna be a draw.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So it can be really late if black just decides. And to be honest, a piece and 2 pawns are equal to rook and can be more than equal sometimes when it's a strong pawn as, for instance, cf7. So yeah, we might have this game ending soon.
Well, the game has actually just ended in a draw.
Oh, they did. They ended.
Yeah. So that game ended in a draw. So that is in Pool A. So Andrakin takes an early lead there. He has 1 point out of 1 game. And then H. Crow and Sam Shankland both have half a point.
Right, 2 last game in the progress. We do have here both of them in the corner. Giri still keeps the chances to win a game. Meanwhile, Maxim Vasilyev and Alexander Pretke seems to be quite drawish, as black don't really have much of the ideas there, and also the king is not activated. And yeah, that's the maximum black can get in here, just to push the pawn all the way to c2. And even if black managed to get that, king comes back on g2, and that is a theoretical drawish position. And I'm sure all these players are aware of that rook end game, and we will not see any surprises here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, in the position of Pretke, I just don't see how he could ever make progress. The king on g7 will always have to keep defending the weaknesses on the king side, and the c pawn isn't really going anywhere. I guess if you go pawn to c4 in the current position, maybe what white will do is just go king to f3, and if black goes c3, wait, maybe we can pull it up real quick. We can pull the board real quick.
I can do that. Yeah, this is the position.
Right, so after rook c6, if black goes c4, I guess the easiest way to make a draw here would be king f3. If black goes c3, we go king to e4. And if black goes c2, we go king f5. And black simply cannot make progress because the king on f5 cannot be checked. It's hiding behind these pawns. And if the rook on c1 ever moves, we take the pawn on c2. So this game should just end in a draw.
Yeah, that's right. And black king cannot really get out of everything, as white can still push the king forward and then pawn forward. And I would start to worry if I was black here, because white pieces is getting really, really active. So this is a very nice idea here. Instead of just wait here, king g2, which is also drawish, just to be very active and try to play with active defense. I believe Maxim will choose that if he has an option.
Yeah, so in the meantime, actually Alexander Pretke gave a check on c3, but I guess now both king h4 or maybe king f2 or king g2 should all be a draw. I kind of like king h4 to play a bit more actively on the king side, but I have no doubt that that Maxim is going to make the draw quite comfortably here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this position is too drawish. As white decided to push the pawns really fast and trade some of them, and just cut the king to get in activating to decide. And now it's too late. Black king cannot really get out of the king side. If you try to come on the queen side in the center, then you will drop the pawn on h6, and it will be enough time to get back to c file, as the pawn for now is not on c2, but it's on c5, and it gives white a lot of time.
Right, so expect this game to end in a draw. So let's tune back in to Anish's game. So it's still looking pretty good for Anish. He has a very active position on the king side. So let's try to come up with a move for Tabatabai, right? Maybe something like rook e5 is a move to try and sit, but still, like, let's say we go rook a6. How are you simply going to defend the pawn on c6, right?
Yeah, I can go from here or from here, right? Both possibilities.
Right, yeah. I kind of like rook a6 because we still keep control over the a pawn. And if black goes c5, then we go rook a7 check, and we make progress. So it's looking pretty good. And also,
here as you're dropping this pawn. So,
indeed, yeah. And also, Tabatabai just got below 9 minutes, so that's going to be a problem for him as well.
How about to push c5, and while you take this pawn, just to try to just to try to get this pawn at least on c3?
That is a good question. Yeah, maybe I think it's a good idea to sacrifice one of the pawns, but to push your pawns forward.
But yeah,
so
seems not enough here, Benjamin. Those pieces are on the same rank, and now black is pretty much forced to guard the pawn in here. And once again, when the rook goes on c5, this blocks the bishop, so white has control over the 7th rank. And when king is back in here, this allows white's pieces to get more active, and white can start with rook d7 first just to get out of this pin. So rook g5 moves will not be able, and then white can oh, this is draw. I think it's some sort of blunder.
Oh, there's like a c3, because after takes c2, you cannot play g6 because the pawn is spinning. You also cannot play rook to d1. So by miracle, and after king g6, black has rook c6 check.
Oh, we're making draw here.
Or right.
Rook f4 to
and then rook f8, rook f7, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but and then rook f1, yeah.
Rook f1. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a good line that we accidentally got ourselves into. But yeah, something like this can happen. So black can start to sacrifice the pawns, you know, at least one pawn to activate another pawn and the rook.
Yeah, so it's really difficult for white to ever lose this game, but there's definitely ways to mess up the win here. And Tabatabai is still thinking. He's getting below 7 minutes, and as you talked about, they're at move 45, and those 30 minutes are going by really, really quickly. Anish still has 20 minutes on the clock, so he has plenty of time to calculate all of these lines. So yeah, let's see what move he will come up with.
Yeah, he's spending a lot of time, and you know, this happens when you don't know what to play and you don't have the choice, and you're just trying to choose the one which is not the worst. So I think he's considering to sacrifice one of the pawn and then to activate the pieces more. And this can be to push one of the pawns and then to bring the rook in just back to it and then support this pawn. Most like this, for instance, bishop g7 would never work as a rook. Bishop b7 as rook comes on the 7th rank and pins the bishop and wins. So black's pieces are very, very limited. The bishop is very limited here. Even it's like open board and it has so much squares, it is still very much limited, right, Benjamin?
Yeah, indeed, the bishop barely has any moves because it cannot allow rook to a7, has to do a lot of defensive jobs at the same time. And Tabatabai is still thinking. He's getting down to 5.5 minutes. So I guess he has to make a move with the rook, right? That's the only thing that makes sense. So rook b5 or rook e5, but we'll just have to wait and see. By the way, in the meantime, MVL has made a move. He's played his king to h4, going for a more active defense. I kind of like what he's doing. And maybe what he wants to do is go g5 at some point, and then after the trade, move the king even further up the board. And once again, I just don't see a way for black to ever make progress.
Yeah, white can still bring this king in front of the pawn here. When we have this kind of setup where the opponent's rook is in front of the pawn and those are going all the way to the 2nd rank, you just need to cover your king by the checks, and it's going to be safer there. And this is just perfect place to be here for king.
Indeed, yeah, the king will sit very safely on f5. You have to make sure you don't get checked from the back. And then you can just wait with your rook on like c7, c8, or c6. And there's nothing really black can ever do. Black also has to keep that king on g7. Otherwise, white will go king f6 at some point.
Right, for instance. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, as we speak, Tabatabaye finally has made a move. After the move h4, he has played the move bishop to c3. But this does allow rook a7 check, right?
Because it allows rook a7. So king probably on g8. I don't know what's the difference between these two moves. Let's just move it here. And can now white's king get more active? Like if black gives some checks, you can always bring the king in center and then just open up the h pawn and then g6.
True, yeah, maybe he wants to go king g6 and move the king to f5. Question still is like, how does he make progress from there? So let's see. So rook a7 is an option. What else could white do possibly?
Yeah, earlier we suggested to bring this bishop from h6 to f8, then to have more of the options. For instance, bishop in here and then bishop in here. That's, I believe it's a very nice idea still to bring the bishop somewhere else.
In the bishop f8, also a nice move to try to maneuver the bishop around, because right now the only job it's doing is it's controlling the g7 square. So there's always checkmating ideas, but besides that, the bishop is not really doing too much there. So let's see what Anish will come up with. He could also try to go after black's pawns on the queen side. So move like maybe, what about, I guess if we go rook a6, black goes c5, right? Because black just needs to be able to go rook d6 in many of these positions.
Oh, how about this one? This is to give a check first, and now to play rook a6, and now king g6, and you don't have rook d6 check, and this forces you to get the rook on the back rank, which is very passive, and
right,
you can start to push the pawns forward.
Yeah, that looks like a nice idea, and it would force rook to d8. However, the thing is that how does white make progress, right? Because the bishop on h6 is kind of trapped there. The g7 square is also now controlled by the black bishop. We can go h5, but what does that really do, right? Black goes pawn to c4, and slowly but surely that pawn does push forward, and at some point it will get annoying for white. So I don't know. It feels like Anish should be winning this one way or another, but I don't see it right away.
Yeah. Let's check out. He has not played any move yet, but look at the time. Here, black is down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That is a time trouble in this situation where the king is quite limited and white has quite a lot of ideas here. So Giri is not in a hurry to give a check here. He's considering probably other moves such as rook a6, rook c8, and also the bishop move is on the board.
Yeah, rook c8 also makes a lot of sense. So let's say we go rook c8. I guess black also goes c5, right? Because once again, the check on c7 is not something we have to worry too much about. So maybe because of that, the move bishop f8 makes a lot of sense. Because then if black goes c5, the pawn might hang in a lot of variations. And after bishop f8, black doesn't have an easy move, I would think. Because you cannot move the king. If you go king g8, there's bishop b4 check.
Sorry to interrupt you. After rook c5, is not there check and king g6, because there is no check on the 6th rank, and there is no also rook to get on the back rank, and there will be checkmate next move, no?
Oh yeah, sorry, I meant after rook c8 we go pawn to c5.
Ah yeah, okay.
No worries, yeah. So maybe
I have some drama happening on the moment.
Right, yeah. But maybe what Anish could do is go bishop f8 in the current position, right? Because then what does Tabatabaye do? There's no easy moves, I would think.
Yeah, lots of ideas still. The position is full of the traps and the threats here for Black, and Tapai has to play really fast. And I'm sure now he's using Anish's time, and he's fully focused and calculating all the possible ways of white next moves.
Right. So let's see what he's going to come up with. He still has 15 minutes on the clock, which is quite a bit of time. He will definitely try to make Black's defensive task very difficult here.
Right.
And in the meantime, we see a sort of a repetition in the game between MVL and Alexander Predke. So we left off after Black played rook c3 check. White played king to h4. Black played rook to c4. The king went back to g3. Black played rook c1 and white went king h4. Anyway, I guess MVL's idea is still that after c4, he wants to go g5 because he feels like this trade on g5 should favor him. So
look at this, Benjamin. Checkmating myself after king h5.
Right, yeah, that would not be a good idea, yeah. That would not be a good idea, yeah.
That's not a good idea. It's not really a good idea. So here, g5. This forces Black to take with a pawn, and now king. What happens if pawn takes? This doesn't look very precise, very clear move, right? The correct move.
This might hold, but it seems very risky because now Black can go c3 and the king doesn't have anywhere to hide anymore. So white would be forced to go king g3, and after c2, king to g2. And if Black can somehow pick up this pawn on g5, Black would be winning, but I don't think there's a way. Because let's say Black could walk the king around. Like let's say they go king f8, White's gonna wait with king h2, king e7, king to g2, king d7. The rook moves back, let's say to c3, and Black can go king to d6, for example. White waits with king h2, king e5, king g2, and then after king f4, White goes rook to c5, and there's no way for Black to zugzwang White, because if Black goes king to g4, White can wait with king to h2, and there's nothing Black can do here.
Yeah, this is a very important point over here. When king gets on g2, there's no zugzwang for White's king, as g2 and h2 are equally strong squares for the White's king, and actually because of this reason, these kind of positions are a draw. We have quite a lot of moves, so let's take a look. After this move, c4, we had g5, and now we already have king landing or on f5. So this is quite safe square for the king. There will be no check, and after c2, White can just pass the move anywhere on the anywhere on the c file, and that's it. Black can really improve the position. So there's going to be a draw for sure.
There's going to be a draw. So the last move on the board is king e4, but it has to be a transmission error. I'm pretty sure that they've agreed to a draw and put the kings on e4 and e5, because king e4, of course, allows rook e1 check and c1. So I guess the result will come in shortly.
Yeah, that's for sure. They put the kings in the corner, in the center. Both kings should be on e4 and e5 to fix the draw. Otherwise, if you don't do that, arbiters might be very strict with that, as the PGN files get really crazy. So they have to first fix the results and then try to analyze the game. Earlier the commentary, Dania mentioned that once he was analyzing the game after it ended, and the arbiter went to him and started to shout at him and started some arguments because of mixing all these pigeon files. Yeah, they fixed it wrong.
Yeah, so a draw is the official result there. So the only game that's still going on is the game between Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai. So let's see. So bishop f8 was played by Anish, and Tabatabai played bishop to d4. So how should White try to make progress now?
Yeah, that's a very good question. The rook is already on I'm thinking bishop here on e7 to keep this opportunity of bishop f6. Not now, because there will be a horrible blunder as there is a pin on the 5th rank. I wonder what happens in the bishop endgame if white manages to get one pawn and goes to the bishop endgame. Do you think it's still winning for white?
Well, it depends on where the black pawns are. If the black pawns are very far advanced, then black might just make a draw because white will be forced to give up the bishop. So yeah, we'll see how Anish will try and win this game. If he wants to catch up with Vichugov in the standings, he has to win to join in the lead in Pool C. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking another break. We'll see how Anish will try to win this game. It looks winning, but it's not over just yet. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We will see you guys right after the break.
Welcome back at the FIDE Grand Prix 2022. This is round one at the leg 2, and we're already getting into the very end of this round as all the games has been ended, but we do have one last game in progress. And this is the game of Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai, and we have still very interesting position. This is an end game, but I think out of 3 results, 2 can happen in here very likely. And Anish Giri is still pressing on the board and also on the time. Benjamin, look at the time situation. Tabatabai has only 2 minutes.
Yeah, it looks great for Anish. He still has just under 10 minutes on the clock, and he's just captured one of Black's pawns on the queen side. So Tabatabai went rook to d8, hitting the bishop on f8. So now it's time for Anish to go rook a7 check. I guess Black is forced to go back to g8. And what he could do now is go, let's say, bishop e7, hitting the rook goes to c8. And now we can always put the bishop on f6. Black can trade the bishops, but after pawn takes, and Black goes c4. This pawn on f6 gives White the advantage to win. White can go king to g6, and after c3, Black's pawn looks very dangerous, but White is just in time to go rook g7 check, and if king f8, rook h7, threaten rook h8 checkmate, and if the king steps back to g8, we go f7 check, king f8, and rook h8, and we win the game. So I guess that's what Anish is going for.
Yeah, that's a well-spotted idea here. If White managed to trade the bishops and gets the pawn from g to f6, that's better pawn structure there, rather than to have 2 connected husbands. Also, Benjamin, it's quite hard to just win the game with 2 extra pawns when they are on the corner, because, like, for instance, if White managed to get c5 pawn and bishops are traded, then it will take a lot of move to win a game, because it's quite hard to improve your advantage there, as Black's rook is very active, and it's just not too much square for the White. So just to get this bishop over here and change the pawn structure can be really, really nice for White.
Yeah, I really like that idea of bishop e7 and f6. So it seems like Anish is gonna win this game. So as this round is wrapping up, let's have a quick look at the standings. So we see in Pool A that Andrejkin is the only one who has won his game. He is leading the group with 1 point. Then in shared second place, we have Sam Shankland and H.M. Bakro, who drew their game. And then in Group B, we see that Vijagov is, for the moment, still leading the group, but Anish is probably going to win, so he will join him in the lead as well. Hare Krishna and Tabatabai. Hare Krishna has lost. Tabatabai will probably lose. It will be in last place. And Katie, what are the standings in the other groups?
Yeah, in the Group C here, we see Vidit being on the leader in this group, and he had quite tough last 2 tournaments, over the board tournaments, where it was a title steal, and then the first leg of the Grand Prix. But let's hope that he got all his energy back, and he came from India once again in Europe for this tournament. Let's hope that he's in a good shape. He has a good start. He's now leading this group. He managed to win against Alexei Shiro, which was an incredibly crazy game. We do have a draw, Rapport and Fedosiev here, so they still keep the chances to fight for the first place in this group. In Group D, here we have 2 draws, so it's still a lot of tense over there. We don't have any leader there, unlike the other 3 groups. There we already have some leaders in this group. Still, things are getting crazy, and we're gonna see some more tense coming later in the next rounds. And Benjamin, we mentioned this earlier, but all these players in Group D, they are just new players at the Grand Prix. This is their first tournament in the Grand Prix series.
Indeed, so all to fight for them. So let's have a quick look at tomorrow's matchup. Tomorrow we see that the leader in Group A is playing with the black pieces against H.M. Bakro, who's currently in second place. So that's going to be a very important matchup. Then Sam Shankland is playing with the white pieces against Alexander Grishuk. I'm sure that both players will try to win that game to try to move up in the standings. And then in Group B, we see a big matchup. Anish Giri and Vichugov, the two leaders, are playing each other. Anish has the white pieces. I think if he wins that game, he has really good chances to win the group, but we'll see what's going to happen there. Then in Group C, we see Vidit, the leader, playing against Fedoseev, one of the players who has half a point. And in Group D, we'll see the two rating favorites, Maxim Vasilograf and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, they're playing each other in round number 2.
Yeah, that's the matchup that me personally were looking forward very much, as MVL and Shakir are just joining the Grand Prix series, and that's first tournament for them. And all these groups, they are it's so hard to get out of the group stage, and we do have only one winner in all those 4 groups. So seems like they have to keep all these points and not to risk too much, because then it can be really tough to come into the fight, because only one player can qualify from the group, not more. But look at this, Benjamin, what is happening over here? Anish Giri has now activated the king, is already on G6, stack crease a mating thread. The rook is on the 7th rank, attacking the bishop, and the bishop from H6 got all the way to F8 and E7. Now this bishop is well placed there. And why I mentioned this is because now also additionally H4 is ready to start to go forward. H5, H6, H7 can be the next moves.
Yeah, it looks very good for Anish. I'm a little bit surprised that he did not go for this move, bishop f6, but it's still in the position. Like, where are you going to go with the bishop, right? I guess if black goes rook c6 check, maybe his idea is to go bishop f6 and block, and we'll get similar ideas as to what we discussed earlier. And I guess that he's going to do the same thing if black goes bishop b2, for example. I think he still wants to go bishop to f6. And once again, if black trades on f6, we recapture with the pawn. Black can go c3, but then we go rook g7 check, king f8, rook h7, threaten checkmate on h8, and if king g8, then f7 check, king f8, and rook h8, we win the game. So instead of all that, Tabatabaia put his bishop on h8. I think a tricky last try, because now if white goes bishop f6, this doesn't do anything. Black could just ignore it. Although black could go c3, but we have to move rook h7 and force black to take.
Oh, that's funny looking move. You just attack this bishop. Black is forced now to take the bishop, and you already have this position when the threat f7 is there. So rook c6, for instance, here. Is there a move like rook a7?
Yeah, I think after rook c6, we go rook a7, threaten checkmate on a8. So black is forced to go rook to c8, and then once again we go for this idea with rook g7 check, king f8, rook h7, and we win the game.
Right. So rook bishop h7 and bishop f6 is still there. How about h5 here? This move, 1, 2, 3 moves. You need 3 moves to checkmate by the pawn.
Yeah, I guess h5 is also winning. If black goes c3, we go pawn to h6, we threaten checkmate with our pawn on h7. So I guess if black goes rook c6, we just go bishop f6, and we get similar positions as to what we've seen before. And I guess if black goes bishop e5, we still go bishop f6 and force black to trade. And wait, just to if black takes there and goes c2, white is still winning by 1 move.
Yeah, certain interrupt. White here made a move here, bishop f6 instead of h5. So he goes to this idea, rook h7. He for sure sees this that after c3, rook h3 forces black to trade their bishops, and then that's the losing position for black.
Right, c3 and rook h7. That's all on the board. White is threatening checkmate on h8, so black has no other option to trade on f6. White is going to take with the pawn, and then once again it feels like black is very close with the move c2, but white is just 1 move faster as he goes f7, king f8, rook h8 check, king e7, and then takes on c8 and stops this pawn from promotion, and he's going to promote on the next move himself. So it looks to be very close to the end for black here.
Yeah, nicely played by Giri, one of his first game in this tournament. He is for sure considered to be one of the leaders of the second leg of the Grand Prix and one of the candidates as well. And yeah, he's starting really nicely.
Yeah, it's looking great for Anish after pawn takes f6. The only move I see to not lose on the spot would be rook to c6, which has just been played. But now, as you mentioned before, rook a7 seems like a pretty straightforward win.
Yeah, just bring this rook any 7th rank, which threatens a checkmate. And okay, he goes with rook d7.
Right, so rook c8 is forced now. And then once again, we go rook g7 check. And wherever the king go, we go rook to h7. And okay, the last moves are coming in. Rook c8, rook g7. And it can be over any moment now, I think.
Yeah, that's right. So this can be our last game in the last minute for the first round. What a round we had here! What a games we had here! We had few slow games and few slow draws. And I can see that we have 4 draws already so far. And 3 decisive game, and this one has just ended. Tabatabai resigned here after rook g7, which makes sense as he's losing in just 2 moves. So it means that we do have 4 decisive games and 4 draws. What a surprise! It's like we always have something like this results happening at the Grand Prix at the knockout stage. So quite nice game tournament for us.
Yeah, it's been a pretty exciting day for sure here in the first round of the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. As you mentioned, lots of decisive results, lots of exciting games. And yeah, a big win here for Anish. It's really the result he needed. He needed to win this game because he was playing the lowest seed in the group. So let's have a quick look at the standings as now they are finalized. As we see now, it's a bit more clear that in Group B, Anish, Giri, and Vichugov are sharing the lead there. And actually, they will be playing each other tomorrow. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with the rapid recap of round number 1 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back at the FIDE Grand Prix 2022, leg 2, day 1. All the games has been finished today. We truly had very exciting games and quite entertaining games as well, but we decided to choose only one game to be our rapid recap of a day, and this is Alexander Grishuk against Dmitry Andreikin.
Right, so the game started off as a Sicilian. Grishuk opened up with the move e4, c5 by Andreikin, knight f3, e6, d4. So trade on d4, knight c6. So this is known as the Taimanov, and after knight c3, a6 was played. And Katie, how did Alexander Grishuk continue from here?
Then he decided to first develop the bishops. He went bishop e3, then a3, some prophylactic moves, and also f4 to control the center by the pawns. And then at some point he decided to develop another bishop right here and prepare a castle on the short side. And we had very logical moves also played by Black castled on the short side. And look at this move, king h1. This clearly says that I am ready to attack your king.
Yeah, so king h1 is always a useful move. White is stepping out of the a7 g1 diagonal, so there's never any tactics on that side of the board. So after king h1, Andreikin played rook to e8. The rook is always slightly better placed on that square. Grishuk played queen to f3. He's moving his pieces closer to Black's king. Bishop d7 was played, rook ae1, bring another piece into the game. And after rook ac8, he played queen g3. So Grishuk making his intentions very, very clear. He wants to go after the Black king.
Right. Here Andreikin found the move knight h5 to attack the queen. And after queen f3, here, instead of getting this knight back on f6, to repeat the move, he went for g6. Clearly, he wanted to play further and allowed Grishuk to play f5, quite typical breakthrough here to just destroy this kind of pawn structure. But seems like then something really went wrong for Grishuk.
Right, so knight e5 was played by Andreikin. The move f5 puts pressure on Black's king side. However, it does leave the e5 square unprotected. After knight e5, Grishuk played queen to h3. He wants to put a lot of pressure on that pawn on e6. And Andreikin played the move queen to d8. And at this point, Grishuk was getting low on time already. He traded on e6. And here he went for a very risky decision. He took the pawn on e6. But now the knight will always be pinned. And it's not easy to get out of the pin. So how did the game proceed from here?
Yeah, and at this point, Grishik already had 4 minutes on the clock, so he calculated very interesting line, but seems like he missed something there. Here, Black had 2 moves first, which was played in the game Queen A5. Another also very interesting move was Rook C3, quite typical Sicilian sacrifice here, with the idea to play Queen C8 next move and just get this knight from this pin. So instead of taking on C3, White could take a queen, and this line could continue to here, where Black brings this bishop back to C8, and the knight on D8 is simply trapped. So this is still a game going on. Both sides has something can claim that it's okay to continue to play for a win. This was possible, but instead of this, here Andreikin went for Queen A5, and this led us to very, very interesting line, followed by Knight D5, Bishop D8. This knight was hanging, and after Bishop H6, obviously this was calculated by Grishik. Here's something incredible happened, right?
Right, so Bishop H6 seems like a nice move by Grishik. His idea is if Black takes a knight on E6 now with the bishop, White wants to go Queen takes E6, and after Rook takes E6, White has Rook F8 checkmate. So Grishik had that queen sacrifice planned, but Andreikin had something else in mind. After Bishop H6, he went for the amazing move, Queen takes E1. White is forced to recapture with the Rook, and after Bishop takes E6, the Queen on H3 barely has any squares. The only square it could go to is E3, but here Black played Knight at G4, hitting the Queen and the Bishop on H6, and White is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, indeed, and on top of it, it's not only the Queen and the Bishop are hanging, but there is also some tension on the E file, and the back rank of White's pieces. White is not well guarded. So after Queen D2, which seems the one of the only moves here, Black decided to capture the Bishop on H6, and now the idea is if Queen captures this knight back, then Bishop takes on D5, and here is the pin that Black is using, and after E takes D5, it will be just a simple checkmate on the back rank. And if you just don't take this bishop, then Black will try to put pieces together, and this is already the situation where Black has Rook and 2 pieces for a queen, which is a huge advantage for Black.
Yeah, so some amazing calculation by Andreikin. Grishik realized that he cannot take the knight on H6, so instead of that, he played Bishop to E2. Andreikin dropped his knight back to G7. Now, if White takes the knight on H6 now, Black has Bishop takes D5, and if White recaptures with the pawn, Black goes Rook takes C2, and there's simply no way for White to defend that bishop on E2. So after Knight G7, Grishik played Rook to F1, but now Andreikin finally dropped his knight back to F7, and here Black has a clear material advantage. Black has a Rook and 2 minor pieces for the Queen, which gave Andreikin the winning advantage.
Yes, and now after Knight F6, Black has nowhere to trade the dark square bishop as the king. Over here is well guarded, all these Black pieces, and has nothing to worry. And Black started to maneuvering a little bit. He started to bring the Rook on the 5th rank and targeted this pawn as it is isolated in the center. Here we have Knight H5. This knight now attacks the not only the Rook, but also there is a move Knight G3 coming and to trade more pieces. So White here gave up the bishop, and here we have the position which seems to be so heavy for White to play.
Yeah, the real problem after Rook to E5 is that Black has all these pieces that he can use to defend all of his weaknesses and attack White's weaknesses at the same time. And here we really see why the Rook and the 2 minor pieces are better than the Queen. The Black pieces can simply attack the White pawns, and White simply doesn't have enough pieces to defend them. So in came Queen to B6, Rook E7 by Andreikin, and after Rook F4, G5, it felt like the end was very, very close for Grishik.
Right, and we had the position where after Rook F2, Black captured the pawn on E4, and B3 was met by Bishop D5. Black got this bishop at very important diagonal where it's going to hit the G2 pawn, and now the threat is rookie to try to trade the rooks, and then it will be impossible to guard g2 weaknesses, as rook and the bishop will attack, and there's only one queen on the board to guard it. So after all the trades, black gonna have an extra piece on the board, so Gushik couldn't really handle this position anymore, and he decided to resign here at this point. So very interesting game, very tense, a lot of ideas. We saw a lot of sacrifices, a lot of blunders as well, but the result is this one, as Androkin managed to win. And this was your rapid recap of the day.
Yeah, what a great game by Androkin. So yeah, that wraps up the first day of the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. He's currently leading the group, but don't go anywhere, you guys. You can join Hikaru and the chess community for a special marathon fundraiser in support of Ukraine. The stream will be filled with special guests and 2 Title Tuesday tournaments. Tune in and help raise money with your favorite chess streamers on twitch.tv/GMHikaru. And we will actually be rating Hikaru once we're done here, so make sure to stick around for the raid, you guys.
Yeah, indeed. It's once again, I'll repeat, it's really nice to see chess society standing together at this very hard time for everyone. So that was round 1, and we have all the games done. We already know the pairings for tomorrow. Tomorrow, the rounds will start at 3 p.m. Central European time, same time as it started today. So thank you so much, Benjamin, for being such a good co-host. I had a lot of fun to commentate with you. Thank you a lot to our chat and the viewers on YouTube and also on Twitch, and big thank you to our producer who is doing all this magic, and whole chess.com team for making this tournament happen. And you can also have some final words for today, Benjamin.
Yeah, no, I think you said it perfectly. I thank you, Katie, for being such a great co-host. Of course, thanks to Wouter for being such a great producer. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for round 2 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.